Ooh, spooky. Hello everybody, good morning, how's it going? Welcome to the Back to Warcraft Weekly Cup number 165! Oh my god, we changed the format again! I'm going to explain all that in a second, but first I have to actually start the tournament, so give me a sec. How do you guys like my my spooky decorations? Is the skeleton big enough? The skeleton should be bigger. One sec. Should there be a pumpkin? Here's a pumpkin. Should it be there? Should it not be there? We're definitely going to make this guy's the best part of the whole thing. I look forward to this guy every year. We're going to make this a little bit bigger. It's blocking text though, and it's not realistic if I float him, or is that even spookier if he's floating? I don't know. Can we have a floating skeleton? Should I flip him upside down or something? Can I flip him? One sec. Transform, rotate 180 degrees, upside down skeleton? Oh man. How about that? Oh yeah. And then pumpkin? Then the pumpkin can go here? Also floating, even spookier. It looks a little scuffed, but maybe we'll keep it like that for now. Maybe that's it. Just gonna finalize the bracket, and then we're gonna check it out. Who is playing today? Plenty of signups. Looks like 28 people have signed up. Just want to make sure that no one sneaks in last second, and then I screw up the seating because of it, because that definitely didn't happen last week. Let me do this. One final refresh. Okay, I have done my due diligence, and now we're going to go to group stage. Now we're going to go to process check-in results. Now we're going to go to start the group stage. And just like that, it should be started. Okay, now I'm going to message all the players. Everybody, tournament is live. Go, 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 go. Kill, 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 kill. And there we go. Okay. So, new format this week. Last week we had a double elimination bracket, which the issue with it was not the double elimination part, because of course that gives the lower seeded players more opportunities. It gives them 2 matches instead of 1. So if they get eliminated really, really quickly by Starbuck or Hawk or Sonic, they get to play another maybe lower ranked player in the lower bracket. But the issue with that is that the players like Starbuck and Hawk and Sonic were winning so fast that they had to wait for the lower bracket to conclude before they were able to play their finals match. So we changed the format slightly, where there's still double elimination, but now instead of the 2 people out of the winner bracket and the 2 people out of the loser bracket qualifying for the final stage, now the top 4 from each side of the bracket qualify for the final stage. So essentially, the lower and the upper bracket can join quicker than they did previously, so the people from the upper bracket that won all their matches don't have to wait as long for the people in the lower bracket. Does that make sense? I hope so, because we're moving on. That's all you're getting. Our bracket today is this. Witty, what's up, dude? Thanks for the raid. How you doing? Appreciate that. Sorry, we had somebody that already took a def win, so I was staring at the bracket confused. Either way, though. Thank you, Witty. Hope you had a good stream, my dude. Have a nice evening. Thank you, thank you. Customs. Should we just cancel the tournament and play custom games because Witty rated? Maybe we should. Here's our bracket. Ba-bam. We have K for Lucas versus Chudy. Winner will go up against Chamiko. That's why we have double elimination. Godfather versus Power MKD. We got Ikbencool versus Godrian. We have E8 Orc versus Big Murphy. Winner goes up against Sonic. We have Lucifer versus Ustage. Shades versus Sill. We got Jonathan versus Cyan. Winner goes up against Death Note. We have Edo Boy versus 3-Way K. We have Mr. Winner versus Forks. We have Smog versus Pishner. Pishner might be a little bit late. He said his train was delayed, but hopefully he'll be here on time. Winner goes up against Hawk. We have Aspect versus Reyna Cruz. That was a def win. And we have PSJ Wandao versus Aspect. I wonder what happened here. But either way, what should our first match be? What are you guys thinking? What are you thinking? Because I have no idea. Or do I? Wait a second. No, I don't know. I have no preferences. Forks versus Mr. Winner could be kind of cool. Mr. Winner versus Forks. That's exactly what I was thinking, Starbuck. That's exactly what I was thinking. A little bit of Hunts versus Rifles. But he can only play half game? How does that, like 50% handicap for forks? Is that what you're talking about? You can only play half of the best of one. You're confusing the hell out of me, man. What else we got? Definitely want to check out some Lucifer games today. I've been on my undead grind recently, so that's been fun. Which also means I want to watch some Ito. Which also means I want to watch some Godfather. What else we got? Yeah, maybe just Forks versus Mr. Winner to start it off. Why not? Sign versus Jonathan could also be cool. Shades versus Cell. Yeah, let's just see what we get, but with a preference for the legendary Mr. Winner versus Forks. All right, all right. See what everybody's saying in the Discord. Oh, Forks is waiting for. Yeah, has issues on his stream, so he needs 5 minutes. So never mind, we're gonna watch something else. I should close this and open this. Alright, maybe we do Godfather versus Power. Pretty much whoever plays first. We'll watch their game at Godfather. Game name when ready, please. We also have Dia versus Wandao, which I do not know Wandao, or even if that's how you pronounce it. Is the skeleton intrusive? Or should he be behind me? Should the skeleton be like... You know what I'm saying? Wait for it. Wait for it. See, now when I move my head, see the skeletons, I'm not behind the skeleton's behind me. See, there's priorities here. Is that better? Or do we give the spooky skeleton priority? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Now that's production value. You see what we're getting at? I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. This layering effect, I know, dude. It's incredible. And then I gotta up my game for Christmas this year, you know? Or actually, I needed to up my game for Halloween. Last year for Christmas, we had a snow effect going at all times. And I don't know what to do for Halloween because it's like, you can't have just flashing lights on stream at all times. The time on that ad was great. Wait for it. Instant ads. Hell yeah. Welcome to the stream, baby. Thanks for the money. The game name. There we go. All right, human versus undead. Last refuge. The map pool this week is. It's whatever you guys voted on last week. Last refuge, Secret Valley, Tidehunters, Terranistan, and Warhail, which is actually not too bad. It's still it always feels a little bit human favored. I don't know why. It always feels like a great human map pool. Better your skeleton be intrusive than extrusive. Okay. Based. Hell yeah. Let me open this up. What's up, random bad gamer? How you doing? The boat. Yeah, we still got Warhail. We always got Warhail. Appreciate that. What's up, Rugby? Okay, Godfather versus Power. I'm not sure where Power is from. Let me figure it out really quick. I'm gonna have the flags, or else what are we doing here? M Power? No, his name's just Power. There's so many people with their name Power. Oh, he's German. There we go. We can do that. And then, as I said, last refuge. Germany. There we go. How's that? Yep. All right, first game of the day. Undead versus human. Let's check it out. A little bit of an MMR advantage for Mr. Godfather at about 2100, maybe a little bit above that even. And then power looked to be around like 1900, maybe 1950. So not an impossible game for him, but a difficult game no less. In the upper right, going standard, no pally rifles here. We'll see what the hero is, but I would expect an Archmage, probably even a Merc Camp Creep, something like that for Godfather. Would really surprise me to see anything other than a Crypt Lord these days, but people have been playing wacky and wild in this matchup at times. Let's see. We'll find out the hero in a second. Could be a Dreadlord as well. No, it'll just be the Crypt Lord. Pretty standard stuff. Crypt Lord versus Archmage. It's a little bit of an insane matchup, I would say. If you're going to play somebody with a 200 MMR advantage above you, you probably want to play them in this matchup because... Or Human Mirror, even. Maybe Human just has a couple of those matchups these days, because if you get a Goldmine cancel, if you get 2 Goldmine cancels, it doesn't really matter what the Undead does. Crypt Lord first on 1 base is pretty terrible. Same thing goes for the Undead, though, really. If you kill a bunch of Peasants, you delay the Human's tech. Crypt Lord is kind of just better than the Archmage with Impale and with tons of beetles, split harassing, and all that stuff. So it's a very volatile matchup. So for that reason, Power is probably going to be, you know, happy at least to have to be playing this as opposed to like Human versus Orc or something like that. Human versus Night Elf, you know, the trickier Human matchups. Gonna pull the Merc Camp, look for that Priest. You can do this as the Undead as well, but it's not the easiest to do right away. Generally, if somebody like Happy or 120 creeps their Merc Camp, they'll do it after their expansion. And we'll see if it is Beetles. It is Beetles. Sometimes you can go Impale first, but when you have 2 critters like this in close proximity, you tend to want to go for the summons. And Footman going to scout this, but going to really struggle to actually delay it by too much. We'll see if Godfather goes for a Goldmine first. He pulled 3 ghouls, so he won't have the lumber for the Goldmine right away, so it's going to be just a Zig. And the Footman will know now that Power has a little bit more time to go for the Goldmine cancel than he would have otherwise. If it had been Goldmine first, you pretty much have to run over straight away to have any chance of canceling it. And, ooh, +6 intelligence is pretty sick for the Archmage. Militia kind of called across. 1 isn't, but he could just actually build the farm with that, so it was all on purpose at the end of the day. And then this camp +1 more will be level 3 for the Archmage. Same goes for the Crypt Lord. He's going to need, well, a little bit more than this green camp. But again, he could creep the Mercenary if he wanted. But it looks like he's just going to creep this and then go across. There's level 2, Replenishment Potion. He didn't buy a Ritual Dagger, so that's going to be kind of helpful, because he's lacking a little bit of healing. Power gets Gloves of Haste. Going to go for the Expo now, and he's going to get level 3. Goldmine only now going up, so it's still at risk of being cancelled, which is why the Crypt Lord has to be aggressive right now. There's level 3. Wards is kind of sick. Berserker is purchasable in a second. Sometimes you can try to steal that if you can get a beetle or a skeleton across, but gonna look for the Impale Surround potentially. Gonna be really, really difficult for Godfather at this point. He's just trying to delay to get his Goldmine up. He cannot actually defend it if Power just runs straight for it, which he probably should. He had the Footman scout earlier. He knows what's going on. He's going to get the cancel. I don't think there's any avoiding this at this point for Godfather. All he can hope to do is get Footman kills. Maybe get the Priest kill as well. Maybe force the TP, something like that. Only 1 beetle harassing as well. And like I said, this matchup's super volatile, and now this is advantage for Power. Priest will go down. All the ghouls pulled from the main. Generally, he would have pulled 4 ghouls to the Expo by now instead of pulling them all to defend. A little bit strange, honestly. And the Acolyte's going to die as well. This is kind of rough. Unless he can kill like 2 more Footmen and then counterattack right away, it's going to be a really tricky early game for Godfather. Okay, no ghouls really going down so far. Trying to force the TP. 1 ghoul might go down, but that TP is going to be forced. Is there a shop coming up? If not, he's got to rebuy another Priest. No shop just yet. I like when human players build their shop immediately, like right here or something, before they attack. He did pick up the Berserker, and he did get another Priest, so that's going to heal up the Archmage. But he lost some Footmen in canceling that Goldmine that's now being rebuilt. Godfather could creep 1 more camp for level 3 before going across, but it was round 2, best of 3 already. No, everything is still best of 1 in upper and lower bracket. So pretty much until the you're in like the finals, quote unquote, bracket, which is the top 8, top 4 from the lower, top 4 from the upper, you're not going to have any best of 3s or best of 5s to worry about. Everything best of 1. Tower gets canceled. A lot of peasants could go down. There's not a ton of mana on the Archmage. If the Archmage gets surrounded as well, no staff, no boots to get out of it. Does impale the Berserker and gets the surround. But he abolishes the beetle to the south side of the surround, so that's going to let him out. A lot of ghouls are going down. This is not great for Godfather. Despite a 200 MMR advantage, he gets surrounded. Somehow he finds it with the Berserker. It has a peasant to the left-hand side to try to replace it, and he actually does. He's got a Staff of Teleportation, which he does use a little bit late. Replenishment Potion going to be necessary as well. Staff's all the way back home. He did successfully make space for his expansion, though. So it's going to be 2 base, 2 base. And he is already teching. Did he build 5 Acolytes? That's 4, right? But the Necropolis is finished, so... all is well that ends well, I suppose. Tech more or less equal? Is it totally even? By like 3 seconds, yeah. Godfather pretty much just going to continue to be aggressive. The way you play this matchup as Undead is you just build 3 crypts and you kind of rally ghouls at your opponent over and over again. At least that's how I've chosen to play it. The Archmage is already level 4. That just shows how much has been lost so far. Arcane Tower, 35 seconds away. That one will be definitely canceled. Counterattack now from Power, but he's just going to staff his Archmage back. Needs to be careful not to get surrounded. That he could lose the game if he gets that surrounded. Cancels the tower up here, but is this weirdly blocked? Well, it definitely is now by ghouls. The Archmage is dead. Oh, it was such a good early game, too. He could Tavern Revive the Archmage and maybe live past this pressure, but that is a rough loss. Arcane Tower actually wasn't canceled, so that'll help with the Skeleton and the Beetles, which is like 95% of this army currently. Nice focus with the Arcane Tower, but the Crypt Lord gets out of range. And Archmage might be dead, but 2 Water Elementals are left over. All the Mercenaries picked up now. It's the equivalent of rallying ghouls across the map, but a little bit more efficient than that. Maybe he can go for the Altar kill. Should definitely be a Tavern Revive on that Archmage, though. Militia called. Tier 2 is around the corner. He just doesn't have a lot of gold right now. Oh, he doesn't have a lot of gold because he did Tavern Revive the Archmage. Thought Staff was for getting out his rounds, not into his rounds. Truly. There is one more Impale as well in the Crypt Lord. Tier 2 will mean the second hero will be here in 55 seconds, but if the Altar dies, he's going to have to get a Tavern Hero. He's building the Mountain King and trying to buy time for the Altar with Militia. Gotta be careful of that Mud Golem, man. One slow and the Archmage is dead. Oh, he's going to get the Impale first, then he can get a slow off. Trying to block. Is the staff off cooldown? It is. And he will get away to his shop by the Expo. Berserker going to go down. And the Mud Golem, actually. So again, Power just barely holds. Now the Mountain King's out. What's going on in the base of Power? Seems like he's going straight tier 3. Okay, he's going to go for the Destro timing. Death Knight's on the way. No second Crypt yet? Surprised by the macro choices of Godfather, but he's done some pretty good pressure so far. Altar's going to go down. 5 seconds left on it. Oh, that's really unfortunate. He didn't really repair it. He could have. Yo, Leo Silva. What's up, dude? Thank you for the 41 months. Says you're welcome, Carson. The pre-fire on the you're welcome. Well, thank you. Very much appreciate that. When's the 4 years? When's 7 months from now? I don't know. I never really knew the months of the year very well. There was a time when I was a kid when I thought I invented the day of Wednesday. Have I told this story before? It's not much of a story, but I thought I came up with Wednesday for some reason. I don't know how my brain got there, but maybe it was a sign of something to come. But anyway, thank you for that. Crypt Lord getting pretty low. DK is creeping at the same time. I like this choice. You tend to just want to go straight across the map, like you buy a mana pot, buy one negation, and just run at your opponent continuously. But creeping the Death Knight is kind of a good choice. If you know you can't do much more in the main base, which you can't really. Altar was rebuilt, but the macro is definitely behind now because of all the militia that needed to be called. He could try to grab a Zeppelin and a Shredder. So you're responsible for this devilish day. Is Wednesday a bad day? I guess it's like halfway through the week, right? Is Wednesday worse than Monday? Because Monday you still have the buff from the weekend, right? But Wednesday the buff is gone and you still got half the week to go. Is Wednesday the worst day? Hump day? Oh, that's what hump day means. It's like a hill. Like the week is a hill. And you're at the top of the hill. God, you guys are good, man. Wednesday is Little Saturday? What does that even mean? Wednesday is the midpoint. Feels good to be done with it. Alright, so it's not the worst. What is the worst day of the week? Is it Monday? Sunday night is the worst because of work week is coming. Wednesday is okay. Wednesday is okay. Afternoon, you're almost into weekend territory. Tuesday is Panic Champ. Okay, okay. Tuesday is bad. Tuesday is the worst day. Whereas Monday still got the rest of the week to contend with. It's true. Sunday's scaries. Yeah, you don't know what's coming tomorrow, right? Yeah. Doesn't Garfield not like Wednesdays? I don't know, man. You guys are the authorities on Garfield here, okay? I just work here. I don't know. I don't know what Garfield's opinions are. Worst day of the week. Whichever day Back to Warcraft switches to German cast. Oh my god. You nailed his ass, man. Well, we know that Sundays are good over here, okay? So we get to watch these games, alright? I don't know. I don't know what the worst day of the week is. I got no idea. Okay, DK. See the creeping, and he's almost level 3 now. Also got a flute from the mercenary camp. You know, whereas if he's being aggressive, maybe he'd be like 1.8, something like that. Like a few peasants, few footmen, but he'd be sharing experience with the Crypt Lord. This solo creeping puts him in a really good position. Then all he needs to do is grab Lich with Orb. He has Nova, gets a Mana Pot and a TP, and now all of a sudden the nuke is insane once he gets level 3 DK, that is.
A player's forces are under attack.
Expanding again. That's ambitious, but I do like the choice. He kind of has two options. He can either go for a timing or go for this sort of play, which is creeping a lot, getting in a really strong position for the late game with the hero nuke potential, which obviously, if you had a bunch of griffins that were being built by the human, it would be a big problem, but look how much the tech was delayed. And Power just never bought a shredder. He's building 5 tech buildings. Okay, 4 tech buildings. But he's got 34 lumber. Nice snipe on some of the acolytes there. Sorry that I missed that one. But it just looks like Godfather's going to push and just kill the guy with heroes because he's got no lumber. He needed to, again, get that Shredder Zeppelin combo that we were talking about a little bit earlier. Going to continue to go across the map, Power. That's really his only play. He's got to force the town portal back. He's building peasants at tier 3 and no units. If he only had a Shredder, his macro would be really nice right now. He'd be able to build flying machines to deal with the Destro. He'd have, you know, 4 to 6 Griffins out, Paladin soon. But instead, he's just got the Paladin and a couple of Dragonhawks coming out. Do Dragonhawks cost less lumber? I don't even know. He is going to kill the gold mine. Is he going to trade his main for the expansion? He kind of has to, right? It's not the scariest army for Godfather, but the heroes are really what do the most damage. Dragonhawks are just immediately dead. Yo, Techo, what's up, dude? Thank you for the 31 months. How you doing? Appreciate that. You're not on the bracket today. You had a good excuse last week, but you don't have one this week. Maybe you do. I don't know. One Fiend might be going down. He actually killed the Expo and came back, trying to defend with what he has. Is there Griffins coming out? Okay, there is a couple Griffins. Should be focusing on the statue when possible, but he wants to kill Fiends. It might not be unholdable now with the DK out of mana. Okay, never mind. Both heroes are about to die. Not so easy any longer. Use the last bolt before he goes down, but okay. Yeah, just as I say that, game is over. Godfather moves on. A nice game from Power. But unfortunately, just didn't have the lumber that he needed. At tier 3, you need to immediately be able to build Paladin, double Griffin, Knight. Or else you're kind of screwed. And you just didn't have that opportunity. Alright, there's our first game. Now, what map was that? Last Refuge, Godfather moves on. But it was kind of expected, no? The Godfather was going to win that. He was the favorite there. Okay. Alright, just doing some admin stuff, and then we'll find another game to watch. I'll show you guys the bracket while I figure out my adminning. Here it is. So what do we got so far? Sonic already in the qualifying match. So how this works, obviously, is you have 1, 2, 3, 4 qualifying matches here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 qualifying matches here. The bottom 4 from the lower bracket, top 4 from the upper bracket go to the final stage, just like last week. But instead of last week, where it was just 2 matches, now it's 4 matches. And then here's all the early, yeah, it is best of 3 for semifinals, right? Or is grand finals best of 3? Oh, grand finals best of 3. All right, Neo, go off. I couldn't remember if it was best of 5 or best of 3 at the very, very end, but either way, that's how we sort of changed it to make it a little less weighty for all the other players. Okay. So lower bracket, we got quite a few players already. Bracket is going pretty quickly. What do we want to do? Definitely want to see Chamiko at some point. Definitely going to want to watch this match if it happens. Maybe we'll watch Lucifer versus Shades and then potentially Lucifer versus Sonic. That's probably our best bet here, I think. Let's see if we can get into that game. Let's see, is this game on Flow TV yet, or can we actually get in it? Sonic playing the Big Murphy. Big Murphy at like almost 2 KMMR these days. Look at him go. Pretty good, pretty good. I don't think we have Lucifer playing yet, so let me see if I can get his game name. Which would be another human versus undead, but then we'd be maybe going into a human versus elf or undead versus elf. Alright, what round is this? Where did my bracket go? It disappeared. What the hell did you guys do with it? This is round 2. Round upper bracket, round 2. Lucifer. Shades. Shades about 2,000 MMR, I think. He's Peruvian human player. And Lucifer probably smoking or something, so it's going to take him a second. Well, Godfather's also playing Ich Bin Cool now. That's a pretty solid. Maybe we could go with that. Do we want to watch the double Godfather feature? But not Godfather Part 3. Okay, we can't be doing that around here. We could do 2 Godfather matches. That's pretty good. Ich Bin Cool, a very interesting player, to say the least. Forks beat Mr. Winner? Did that actually happen? This just in. Let's look at the bracket. Look. Let me zoom in for you guys. Did Forks really beat Mr. Winner? Was that? Did he mass hunts? What happened? Did Forks beat Mr. Winner? How could we not? Starbuck told us to cast it. We said we should cast it. We didn't listen to ourselves. We didn't listen to Starbuck. And look what we've missed. Look what we've missed. Forks for Zito Boy now. What's going on? You'd think Hunter was playing for Forks right now. Carson, will you stream on your channel after maybe? Perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow. And then I'm away on Tuesday until like the end of the weekend. So it may be for both today and tomorrow on that. I'm trying to. Gonna try to though. Oh, Mr. Winner's playing a 44 show match right now. Wait 15 minutes. Never mind. Forks was not able to beat Mr. Winner. They just didn't play. Carson, will you stream Dark Ranger games on your channel after? Saul, I don't know. I haven't tried it. Neo did. How did you manage to get Neo to play Dark Ranger first on stream, Saul? What did you say to him? I could check your chat logs, but I'd rather you just tell me, Saul. What have you been saying? What have you been saying to him? I did lose to Dark Ranger one time. I don't know what the counter is yet, at least for Night Elf Dark Ranger, because it felt pretty difficult to beat it. Because I'm worried if I expand versus a Night Elf Dark Ranger, that they just grab a Naga and push me with 7 archers and I just die? Because how are you supposed to hold Dark Ranger Naga 7 archers when you've just expanded? I think it's very, very difficult. But maybe I'd have to actually play versus that to know. I tried playing one base versus Dark Ranger in Undead versus Elf and it did not work out, so... No talking needed. I show it to people and they fall in love. Wow. A true man of the people. Forcing them all into one meta. The true meta. Alright, let's do Godfather versus Ickben. Cool. The double Godfather header, okay? Because I know that's what the people want. And I'm here to give the people what they want. Counter on Dark Ranger is only Dark Ranger? God damn it, I need to go Dark Ranger too? Uh-oh. Well, you know, maybe we'll play it a little bit more. Alright. Again, a human versus undead, but this time Ickben Cool might have a little bit of a different style. He tends to play a little bit wacky, a little bit weird, and he's also a little bit closer in MMR than Power was previously. And it'll be on a different map. It'll be on Tidehunters. Let's check it out. And then we'll go to potentially Lucifer versus Sonic, most likely. After this. Here we go. Let's see if there's Dark Ranger this time, Saul. Upper left, Mr. Ickben Cool. In the bottom right, Godfather. Oh, this is Ghoul first. This was Crypt Zig. Is this a tavern build? I wonder. Will be Archmage for Ickben Cool. Been a cool old school human player from Netherlands. Yeah, he's been around a while. I don't know how long, but ooh, Dreadlord. Okay, that's why it's Crypt Zig. Not a build I've messed around with, but we'll see how many ghouls he ends up with. Generally, your 4th ghoul finishes pretty much the same time as your hero. With this build, it seems like you'll already be on 6 ghouls nearly by the time your hero finishes. Kind of cool.
A player's forces are under attack.
Okay, Dreadlord comes out, and there is the 6th ghoul. Oh, so that he can creep the big turtle. Is that right? Is he going to creep the big turtle? With sleep and with skeletons? Is it possible? That's kind of sick, dude. I mean, the footman might scout everything and ruin all of your plans, but still, it's a nice creep route. Because if the Archmage decides to come out of the altar and run straight across blindly, he might miss you. Which, in a tournament setting, like, I don't think this is the most consistent, like, let's say, ladder build. Because if you get creepjacked here, it'll be very, very tricky. But, in a tournament, this is great. And who knows, maybe with Dreadlord, you're safe enough to creep this camp. Because he's got sleep. He can go for sleep surrounds over and over again. So maybe it doesn't even matter if you get straight harassed. Because it's Dreadlord. With Cryptlord, this would be very dangerous. But I like this with Dreadlord. I might try this out, Godfather. Give me some ideas. Instant level 2. Potential for greater mana, which he does get. Super sick. And look, Ikben just blindly runs across. He doesn't find it. He's wrong. He's in the dark. And imagine if he just ran straight and crept this instantly. If you don't sell the TP and do that, I wonder if that could be kind of sick. Just creep this and then creep this. If they run into your base, just burn the TP, but you get both camps. Sleep for the footman. No Nerubian in the main, so this will be some good damage from Ikben. He's already level 3. It's going to be difficult for the Dreadlord to defend this, but let's see. The power of human. He doesn't have the greatest items. Okay, there's a Staff of Teleportation coming in. Does have Carrion Swarm. Gonna have to burn probably all his mana. Oh, almost gets surrounded. Jesus, could have been game over right there. Sleep just not very good in these big fights. Or in these small supply fights, let's say, because it's so easy to cancel it. In bigger army fights, it's a little bit more chaotic and you can get away with it. But here, it's just gonna be canceled right away. Let's not forget, Godfather does have an expansion coming up behind this. Trying to deal with the water elementals, losing some ghouls. Ikben hasn't lost anything yet, maybe one footman at best. Getting close to losing a couple of footies. Micros 2 of them away, 3 of them away, loses the 4th. Bringing them in! Okay. Has to be careful not to get those carrion swarmed. Expansion almost up and running. He brought back the extra acolyte.
A player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, very late tech from Ikben. Jesus. And now he knows about this expansion. Put the Nerubian 15 seconds away. Goldmine not cancelable. He's got the TP and a Cloak of Shadows, by the way. Was there dust purchased by Godfather? He might have unsummoned the shop. No, he didn't. He still has that. And the altar. Nerubian's going to be up in a second. Greater mana was already burned, by the way. It was kind of necessary, right? No dust. Maybe he didn't even realize there was a cloak. Typically, if you see a really fast level 3 Archmage, though, you will check the items, because you need to see what the route was. You need to see, did he clear his expansion as part of this level 3 route, which, of course, in this case, he didn't. Ikben. You can see that he crept Sea Giant with Militia, because he doesn't have that item. He crept the Center because he got the Cloak, and he crept the Lab first because he has the Lion Horn. So you look at the inventory, you immediately know there's no expansion cleared. Unless the Expo is done solo with Militia, which is not as likely as the Sea Giant being done solo with Militia. But now he gets dust anyway, so he remedies that situation. Careful. 1 auto attack, maybe 3 auto attacks max, and a Carrion Swarm. And he might be dead. He just TP's out because he realized he screwed up. And there is a shop up. A lot of footmen going to be healed. Can the Dreadlord cancel any of this, I wonder? Dreadlord looking for the cancels. He's aware. There's the Shredder that we did not see last game that was lacking. Militia called. Oh, he might be getting surrounded here. There's potential. A lot of healing canceled. He doesn't land the surround. Okay. The expansion's up and almost mining as the tech started. Yes. That's the advantage of having an early necropolis. There's the graveyard. Dreadlord staff's back home. Shredder is helping creep because he's got 700 lumber and a sapper. And militia. What is going on? Is he going to grab a tavern hero as well? As I said, Ikben does play a little different. There's like no saving this Nerubian though. There really isn't anything you can do. If this Nerubian goes down, this expansion I think is done for. Now the Shredder as well. Oh my god. And the Fire Lord. And you give up this Expo. You might even just want to unsummon it at this point. There is an advantage to like making them kill your Expo to buy time, but there's no holding. This just makes expanding look impossible. But I suppose this is why Cryptlord level 3 is very, very good, because you just have more stuff. With the Dreadlord, once he's out of mana, what really is he good for? Absolutely nothing, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Anyway. Expansion going to be towered up and going to go down. Zeppelin now here. He just is doing the Firelord lab strat. Shredder, Sapper, and Zeppelin. Tier 2 is 30 seconds away. Is he just dead? He's counterattacking, but when you're counterattacking against no... like, with no expansion, there's no leverage to force your opponent to come back. He can just trade, and he can expand here with the Peasantcy pulled. It will be a good counterattack. It will do some serious damage, but are we just in a base race at this point? Because I don't think Godfather is going to be able to defend. There's one more Carrion Swarm. He's trying to kill the Arcane, or at least use it before he gets hit by that Arcane. So, main base is broken. For both players, he's trying to hold on as long as he can over here. And this is being towered up. So, technically, Godfather has more, like, stuff, more buildings. Archmage staffed back. Godfather immediately town portals back. Can he defend here? He's got mana potions available. Maybe he can with mana pots, and it's not as though Ikbencool's actually killed either gold mine yet. Zeppelin lives for a second. He can Carrion Swarm it. He needs to Carrion Swarm it twice. Firelord comes back in. There's a Carrion Swarm in a second, which he could kill the... yeah, Firelord with does get level 4 off of that. Somehow, Godfather holds. I think staffing back for Ikbencool was an issue. He needed to keep the Archmage here. Maybe staffing back with the Firelord or something, but he needed the Archmage. And now all of a sudden this army is not looking that strong. Towers are up over here, so expansion at least was broken. Did the peasants go back home? They did. So I think Ikbencool might still be ahead. The problem now becomes he's got a goddamn Firelord second, which is not very good. Not very good at all. Maybe if you have a Panda or something, now he gets surrounded. There is dust for the cloak. Is he just dead? He can fight his way out of here, certainly, right? He's got a 1 negation, so he can't fight out as easily. Lets him out. Greedy to kill the ghoul. Level 2 sleep costs 45 mana? What is it? There's a Zeppelin either way, and he manages to get out. Okay, wow. Towers and a Footman are killing this. And Dreadlord staffs back to buy some time. Where's that Firelord? He was level 2. Now he's out. Towers are up. What do? Do we expand now? As Ikbencool? We let him out. I think that Archmage was getting away there. Wait, how can he get out? How can she slap? You know what I'm saying? You guys know what I'm saying? 3 towers? 4 towers? And an Arcane Sanctum. Okay. Dreadlord now creeping to level 5. That's definitely the play. Creep level 5 Dreadlord and start the laming. It's very, very similar to how a Warden is played. Solo Dreadlord. Okay, expansion is dead. Ikbencool. What is his plays? He's towering up. I just don't know what the towers are going to do. Here's Dreadlord level 5. Is this the expansion? There's Micro and a Zeppelin, which actually tricks the turtle into not attacking. Wait, that's sick. Look at this. Eventually this guy got so low that the Gargantuan wanted to attack him, but still cool. Wand of Mana Stealing, very, very good against that Dreadlord.
A player's forces
His
are
own
under
Shredder
attack.
picked up now. Because he's got, what, no ghouls? Is it just a Dreadlord? Where are all the units? Okay, there's a Garg. Yeah, double Arcane Tower and double Guard Tower means the harass. Ain't gonna do anything. The Garg actually died. Oh, here are the ghouls. And we do have Sonic versus Lucifer, so we'll jump into that after this game. Who knows when this game's gonna end, though.
A player's forces
Expansion
are
is
under
found. Every bit of experience counts here. Level 6 is the play for Godfather at this point. Yeah, every little water elemental he can get with the Wand of Negation as well.
A town is under siege.
And tier 3 now. I feel like when you're playing one base versus one base, it's probably better to go for Tri-Hero. Because you just don't have the resource to support a solo Dreadlord. You need Invis pots, you need to constantly be hitting and running, you need to buy mana pots. With Tri-Hero, you can just get a statue and sort of creep around the map. Now, like, the best play for Godfather is just to, you know, try to kill peasants, but it's tough on one base to make the plays available. So in short, I think DK and Lich would be really good. Look how much creeping there is available, you know?
A player's forces are under attack.
These staffs over here. And that'll be 3 more peasants going down. Footman Water Elemental also up for grabs. Should definitely be denied, if possible. Zeppelin. No, he's going to give him a Footman. Deny it. That experience is a big deal. Actually misses the Carrion Swarm on the Footman and can't kill the Rifleman. And now on 2 base, you'd normally just buy a Ritual Dagger, Potion of Healing, another Potion of Healing, and just go again. But now he's going to struggle with the gold. Slaughterhouse. I thought it was a Boneyard for a second. I was like, that is, I'm a fan of that. Breaker's going to be very helpful. So it's a second shop, gets it canceled. Carrion Swarm level 3 is pretty sick. Should this Breaker have been a Priest instead? I don't know. One more Carrion Swarm in a second. Zeppelin has definitely paid for itself. I think this is the second Zeppelin. There is a statue coming out as well. And how do you deal with this harass now? Okay, tier 3 is done. Which will help a little bit to focus fire that Zeppelin. Oh, gotta be careful of the Carrion Swarm. He's gonna lose it over the trees. Blind Carrion Swarm, he kills both heroes. Why didn't he do it? Why didn't he do it? He just wins the game right there. That was a huge mistake from both players. You guys saw that, right? I'm not crazy here. Right? I'm not taking crazy juice, am I? He just needs a blind Carrion Swarm. It has such a huge radius. It would have killed the Zeppelin. There's barely even a guess as to where you need to throw it. Or just Mercy. I don't know if it's Mercy. This is 2 base for Rick Bencool now. Godfather needs to make some plays. He's getting close to level 6. Level 6 is going to literally solo the entire human army on tier 2, but he's getting to tier 3. And one thing the Dreadlord is not good against is going to be Mass Griffins. Just wants to win with Infernal. You think it's that easy? What if he gets to tier 3, gets a Paladin 3rd, gets like 4 Griffins out, starts hitting the main base with Blizzard Retrain? All of a sudden, there's not a lot of options available. If he just goes Inner Fire Rifles, though, he's going to lose his whole army to a solo Dreadlord. I'll tell you that much for free. Yeah, at this point, yeah, what you said, what Linsa says in the chat, I think TK's getting very viable. Yeah, once you get this close to level 6, like you might see a Warden player pick up a Panda and start creeping it at this point, because level 6 is almost inevitable when you're this close. So like a DK into a Lich, start creeping the right-hand side of the map could be very good for Godfather. The issue is, though, he just doesn't have a lot of units to creep with. If he had one Destro, maybe he could do that. Invis pot, but what can you really do? gonna try to kill some peasants, but It's been cool. Is just AFKing at his expo. I love it. Griffins are on their way, or rather Dragonhawks. That's a weird choice, but hey, who am I to judge? Push vulnerability and protection scroll. And he can't get in. It's not even worth. Oh, he had a Magic Sentry upgraded. He doesn't realize he's getting hit by 2 Arcane Towers. There goes all your mana. This is looking tricky for Godfather now. Oh, he could have Carrion Swarmed the Zeppelin and got both heroes. What a world that would have been. He's got lots of reveals as well. He's got, what, 4 Arcane Towers? Each of those is a reveal. It's like StarCraft, Brood War, the whatever they're called. When you play Terran, you have to like use every single hotkey to hotkey them on your command centers. Good old Brood War. This is a big army, man. 57 supply versus essentially a solo Dreadlord. Okay, he's got 4 statues and a Dreadlord. That can make a big difference because the Destros can deal with all the summons. And soon enough he'll be level 6. He's going to devour his way to level 6 here. And then what are you going to do with rifles against an Infernal? He's got a mana pot, dealing with the lava spawn. 1 more water elemental, he levels up. There's level 6. Ben Cool really has to think about a better army than what he has currently. There's the Infernal. What are you going to do? What are you going to do now? Especially when there's another mana pot. He's going to lose his whole army if he doesn't leave. There's a priest. There's a rifleman. Water elemental goes down. What is he expecting to be able to do here, Ikbencool? What is he really hoping for? I don't know. Somehow that priest did not die. Cool. Is rebuilding his army. Infernal chasing down the Fire Lord. Breaker. Can't really be hit by much other than the Infernal. He's just continuing to fight. Why is the Infernal going this way, this far across the map? Dragonhawk might go down. Yeah. Carrion Swarm is there. More statues coming out. Where is the Infernal, by the way? He's going to the expansion now, which he will be able to shut down that expo on his own. I respect it, been cool for saying that. Yeah, truly Giga Chat energy, no doubt. No doubt. They're getting close to level 7 just like that. Not a huge upgrade, but, you know, better stats, I guess. And the Infernal getting some serious value. I mean, as long as it doesn't die right away, like it's over 50% duration, will pretty much be done for now, but he got a lot of kills with it, and the cooldown is, what, 77 seconds away? 75 now? And now the Destro's being morphed. Infernal did go down. Paladin's now out. And here's the Destros. Carrion Swarm actually didn't hit that Dragonhawk there, weirdly. Very winnable fight for Rick Bencool, or for Godfather, rather. Which is the first time in a while I'm saying that. But all he's doing is waiting for the ultimate cooldown. Main bases should be out, pretty much, by the way. 15 here. Oh, I guess they've been harassed so much this game. I think gold mines in a standard game would be out around the 22 and a half minute mark. But Godfather has 2,400 gold. Nick Bencool has 14 in the main. But I don't think there's any stopping it. I believe the next Infernal is going to break the expansion. Orb of Slow would be really good against solo hero. If you put the Orb on the Archmage and just right-click that with Incinerate as well. He doesn't have. But imagine he had Orb of Slow on the Archmage, Incinerate level 2 on the Fire Lord, and every time he saw the Dreadlord, he just attacked it with both those heroes. Would be really strong. That Slow is not devourable by the Destroyers. And now with Tri-Hero, there's so much creeping to be done. He could even sack the Expo and just creep to Paladin level 3, Archmage level 5. And then the heroes alone might be good enough to just right-click the Dreadlord every time he comes into range. I don't think you defend this expansion. I think you let it go down. Just creep like 5 more camps. Look how much there is. The entire top of the map, pretty much they haven't even gone there this whole game. Have they gone to this half? Somebody map out their movement this game. I don't think they have. I guess initially Ikben went here to blindly check for the expo, but didn't find it. He's given up the expansion, but he's not creeping anything. Get that Paladin level 3. If the Paladin gets level 3, I don't think it's really possible for the Dreadlord to do it on his own.
A player's forces are under attack.
Okay, Expo barely lives. Maybe. I know this Infernal's actually going to kill it. If only you could Holy Light a Town Hall. You will get the experience for the Infernal if he surrounds it, however. Not quite going to. Nice micro on the fly machines. Very intentional. Not getting them hit. Obviously, he doesn't want to have to repair them, whereas everything else can just be healed naturally.
Are under attack.
Alright. Main base is still a little bit of time as we reach the 24-minute mark in this game. Ito is also playing Death Note, and Hawk is playing Aspect, so we're getting some good qualifying matches here. If this game ever ends, but it seems like we got a little ways to go still in this game. The army's getting better and better for Ikben Cool, but it's nearly even supply. There's just no real lockdown. He needs that orb on the Archmage. I think he's underrating that orb. One slow and the Dreadlord might be perma-trapped. He might have to staff out. And Godfather just banking the last of his resources. Should definitely have double mana pot.
A town is under siege.
Every time, just a soul burn. Minus 32 damage from that as well. Careful. Careful with your Dragonhawks. Again, you're not worried about feeding experience so much anymore, but just don't want to lose your whole army when you have barely any gold left. Town Hall over here coming up. Oh, Infernal. I always forget that Infernal can just kill trees in one shot. So he's never really surrounded, is he? And you can never really block your base against it. That's something people don't do enough, is when, like, they're trying to harass a human base with Infernal, just kill all these trees to get in. Oh, nice Carrion Swarm, level 8. And he's got Orb now. Kills the whole army. That might be it, honestly. He's just going to keep doing this over and over again. Orb Slow, I feel like, was the game winner for Ikben Cool. Hero versus human army, yeah. Didn't know Infernal can kill trees? Yeah, which is one-shots trees, man. I forget it all the time, too, but yeah. Okay, gold mines are finally out for both players. Paladin. There was so much creeping left on the table as well for Ikben Cool. I feel like there was some possibilities this game, but unfortunately, this is going to be the end. We might make it to the 30-minute mark if Ikben Cool decides to run around the map a little bit, but yeah, this is going to be Godfather. Well played to him to hold on. It was a very, very tough early game. If we look back to the super early Tier 2 stage, it was the Archmage staffing back home that allowed Godfather to hold the Firelord push. But yeah, this is definitely it. Look at all those destroyers. He's going for the hero focus. Imagine again an Orb of Slow, man. One slow, the Dreadlord's screwed. He has to staff away. Alright, this is getting interesting because there's not a lot of gold to heal the Dreadlord, is there? If he just keeps diving for the Dreadlord over and over again. Let him cook for a second, I say. I don't think either player is going to really be able to expand, but it's going to be hard for Ikben Cool to actually kill a gold mine as opposed to canceling it. Okay, statue in the back. Very, very useful. Imagine Paladin level 3! I'm going to keep saying this. Incinerate on the Firelord, Orb Slow on the Archmage, and Paladin level 3 from creeping a couple minutes ago when he had some space to do so. This would have been a way different game. You have to think you're playing 3 heroes against 1. You can also slow destroyers, you can slow statues. You know what I'm saying? Orb Slow would have been the craziest item this game. He might find the gold mine cancel. Get you well. And with this being canceled so late already, he's not going to have enough gold to build another one unless he unsummons. Level 9 Dreadlord. Staffs out the Paladin. Had an Ankh and a Potion of Vulnerability. Both play as if their wives ask them to help them with something after the game. Very good, Kevin. I mean, you could also build another army with then Hawks, 3 rifles, 2 breakers, and a priest. Hindsight being 2020. I don't think it's hindsight to say that Orb would have been good this game. Dondo. I don't think it's hindsight to say that level 3 Paladin would have been good this game. Dondo. Can't end now. He needs Dreadlord level 10. I think he'll get it because I think the only way this game ends is with hero kills. Dondo. Oh, I'm interpreting you perfectly, Dondo. Unbelievable. This early in the morning. What's up, Leon? Alright. Killing his own arcane tower. That which once blocked the base so well is now killed by Godfather, or rather by Ikpin. Cool. He's going to hide in the back of his base. Those towers are helpful now. Is he going to try to expand? Did he unsummon some stuff? Not really, but he could unsummon so many buildings. Yeah, I bet, Dondo. I bet. I bet you say that now. Well, hindsight's 2020 with your chat messages. Nailed your ass. There's not a lot of anti-air. Don't lose the destroyer. Yeah, I don't think there's really... there was a couple minutes ago when I was hopeful for Ikpen Cool. There was. I thought he had a way of maybe killing the Dreadlord. If he can kill the Dreadlord, he can pick away at the buildings, maybe. But I don't think that's possible anymore. Unfortunately. He's expanding again. Is he going to send the knight over there? Just kidding, Dondo. Just going to keep Holy Light in the Dreadlord. I mean, if the Dreadlord dies... It's a lot of ifs. Level 10 Dreadlord. Maybe this tank will do it. I like the choice to build a tank, but it's not going to make it out of the base. And look how good Infernals are against tanks.
Players' forces are under attack.
You guys ready? Here it is. Dreadlord level 10. Didn't think we were getting that so early in the morning there. Holy. Look at him. He's barely got any items. He only has +3 intelligence, and look at his health. Look at the HP. Look at the mana. Look at the stats. Oh my. That's crazy. He's got level 3 Vampiric Aura now. What are you really hoping to do here? I mean, he's got 2 heroes. I don't even remember when the Firelord died, I'll be honest with you guys. Why is he playing this game still? There's a lower bracket. There's the GG, okay. I respect him waiting until this level 10. Level 10 Dreadlord. Nice. Godfather gets another W. Been cool, though, with some very creative plays. that was Tide Hunters. And hello. Okay. Now, what's happened to our bracket during all of that 33-minute game? Not a ton, but we have a few matches here. Death Note versus Ito, Sonic versus Lucifer, Hawk versus Aspect, or Godfather now versus Chamiko. What do we want to watch? We just watched 2 Undeads versus Humans. I think we should try to watch Sonic versus Lucifer if we can. Yeah. Let's do that. Is it available? I was hyped. That was quite the game. All right, Sonic vs. Lucifer started a few minutes ago, but we'll jump into it. It's on Tide Hunters. And then the winner of these games will qualify for the final, the finals round, which is like essentially a round of 8 bracket, with semis and finals being best of 3. I'll double check that, though, to make sure. So this is upper bracket round 3. Let me just double check something real quick. I guess depending on how long the tournament goes, we'll decide if the grand finals is best of 5 or not. Figure that out. Either way, here's our next match. It's quite the game. Carson, please tell me what to do. How can I make the score right? Oh, I can adjust it for you. What happened in the bracket? Did you lose to Dennis? Or did you beat Dennis? Or what? What's wrong, Power? What do you need adjusted? I can swap it around if something got messed up. Maybe set in Discord.
Forces are under attack.
Oh, okay, I can fix it. I see what needs to be fixed. Hold up, I got an admin. We're adminning. Edit scores. There we go. Fixed.
Players' forces are under attack.
Alrighty. And here's our next game. Oh, ignore that. Almost knocked my coffee over. Ignore that as well. Sonic in the upper left, and in the bottom right is Lucifer. Will be DK versus Keeper, and straight expansion creep for Lucifer. Kind of as expected in this matchup. But with Keeper first, it can be very tricky to hold the Expo. Sometimes you just have to give it up, especially when Lucifer might be playing mass hunts. He always just plays mass hunts these days. He loves it. Wisp is here. Lucifer does get a skeleton detonated. Can you still fit a Zig there? I think you can. Very hard to detonate the whole Blight. But he might just be not expanding as his attack. Yeah. Nicely done. I feel like at this level you can just scout and see if they unsummon their altar, and if they don't, that means they're just faking the expansion. You don't have to overcommit to it. Whereas at lower levels you can't really get away with that. Double clarity early for Sonic. If he gets level 3 and has a double clarity, he could just run into the base and kill like 20 ghouls. The single tree in Sonic. Come on, man. Can't be doing that on the big stage, on the big screen. On a Sunday night, you know what I'm saying?
A player's forces are under attack.
DK getting close to level 3. Terrible items, unfortunately, for Lucifer, but he can always go to the marketplace. For Sonic, he's happy as long as he's got clarities. Would have liked, obviously, claws and a mantle. He's got not the greatest items, but you imagine a world in which that keeper's plus 16 with the item drops he could have gotten.
A town is under siege.
Either way, though, not level 3. This would be such a nice timing to have level 3 keeper 40 seconds before 1 of negation to play with level 2 entangle. But he just didn't creep one more camp. Maybe he wanted to get this green. This could be credit to Lucifer for delaying it. Could have killed that ghoul, I think, with the treants. What's up, Nabi? How you doing? How you doing? Clarity running again. Ziggurat that was found was cancelled at the expansion. Both players just scouting around. And Lucifer ahead in tech. Deny him the treant. Whoever gets this green is going to get level 3. But obviously, it's better for Lucifer to just delay them both from creeping. Because the longer he can delay the keeper level 3, the closer he is to 1 negation, which now he has. Wouldn't be surprised if he bought it right away. Yeah, there we go. And that literally deals with 4 entangles. That deals with 300 mana worth of entangles. Which is insane. Like, there it is. Just use the item. No problem. Sonic was just too slow getting level 3. He has to realize his timings here and prioritize it. He could have just crept this green camp to get level 3 on his way over. And then killed probably 2, 3, 4 ghouls. Easily. Lucifer does get that last hit. 1 negation again. Just not a very good early game from Sonic, I'll be honest with you guys. Oh, but maybe a surround could potentially happen. You can't use 1 negation on yourself? Wait, you can? Wait a second. You can use 1 negation on yourself? Somebody help me. Nova now on the keeper? He's going to have to TP. Somebody in the chat help me. I've been playing Undead for pretty much a month now. You can use 1 of negation on yourself? You can. Oh my god. Oh, right, but the issue is you can't use it when you're hexed. Yeah, that's the problem. I was like, I've lost my hero so many times with 1 negation on it to Orc, but now I'm remembering that's against Orc when I'm hexed. Not against Entangle. Yeah, there we go, there we go. I knew there was something not clicking in my head. But still, didn't 100% know that. So we did learn today. Demon Hunter out, and that's pretty efficient creeping. Of course you can, Dondo. Ooh, maybe a ring. Could you buy a ring of protection from the shop? Wouldn't that be a nice start for the Demon Hunter? Okay, tier 3 is done. Should see Frenzy Destro form. Second statue a little bit late here, but it's okay. We learned today that chat was an expert already, yeah. Of course chat knew that. Are you kidding me? How could chat not know that? That's why we're here, right? We're here to learn. We're here to learn. And by here, I mean on the earth. And by learn, I mean live life. You know what I'm saying? Live, laugh, love, everybody. One day at a time, you know what I'm saying? Frenzy should be popping in a second. And then what are we going to have? I wonder what the third hero choice versus Keeper. I mean, maybe you just go Naga still. Oh, wait a second. Is he just dead? Oh, one more hit. From the orb, perhaps. DK's chasing. He's got aura. Where's the Demon Hunter? What's the pathing like? DH. He can pass the staff. It's going to be really close. Oh, he didn't staff. He didn't pass anything. He didn't even... Okay, he did try. Why did he prioritize rejuving instead of passing the staff and using it? Maybe he already queued up the rejuve is the issue. I don't know. I feel like Sonic at his skill level should have saved that Keeper. I feel like he should be fast enough. Either way, Keeper's just dead. Keeper's just dead. And Lucifer now creeping the lab. Naga third is picked up. Here is the 9-minute Destro Frenzy push with Tri-Hero, and no second hero. Master Training is right around the corner. And I guess one thing that Keeper succeeded in doing is draining the mana decently there. DK did get level 4, got Rune Bracers. Was that a miscoil actually on the Ghoul? Whoopsie doopsie. Bears now morph. One is already close to dying. At least the Demon Hunter got level 3. Uses the staff there to save the bear. One bear wasn't morphed in time. Push invulnerability used on the Naga. One bear does go down. Huntress is not going to live too long. Heal Scroll still being held. Will probably be used in a second. There we go. Before the mana burn goes off. Push invulnerability. That's the big one on the Demon Hunter. Naga has the cloak passed, actually. Is there Burrow on the Fiend? Not quite. Naga gets level 2. And lives. If only he had Burrow, that would have been a perfect fight for Lucifer. He surrounds the Demon Hunter. What sick play from Lucy. Actually destroys Sonic, which I love to see. Because there was a time not 1 year ago when Lucifer was just a free win in these tournaments. But nowadays he's playing really, really well again. Which is awesome to see. Really cool to see. Lucifer does qualify for the top 8. Sonic is going to drop down to the lower bracket. Which I should let all the players know. Sorry, adminning. All right, there we go. We've admined it up. All right, let me update the score. Yeah, keep it first against one base maybe just really isn't that good. Night Elf kind of has it rough a little bit versus Undead, I'll be honest, because you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, because the expansion is so difficult to stop with a Demon Hunter. But then Keeper First is good against the expansion, but kind of dies to one base if the Undead just techs right away after they see Keeper. And Lucifer, fully aware of that. So now we have a couple people qualified, which will be Lucifer and will be Hawk. Again, they'll qualify for this final stage up here, which won't be populated just yet. But as you can see, best of 1 and then best of 3. And then either best of 3 or best of 5. We'll see what our timing is like for the finals. So that'll be top 4 from the upper bracket, top 4 from the lower. So now, as we can see, Aspect and Sonic have dropped down here. They're waiting for all their opponents. And actually, Ito just lost to a Death Note, it looks like. So we only have one more qualifying match, and that's Chamiko versus Godfather. Should we check out that match? And then we'll drop down to the lower bracket? I think that's the play. A lot of Godfather games today, but obviously that Dreadlord game was worth it. Let's see what's going on in this match. What's up, Reese Bauer? How you doing? What's up, Kiwi Mango? I've seen Carson on here in ages. Yeah, just Sundays. So if you miss Sundays, you know. Is there any way to beat late game Griffins and Guys if you're not Godfather? No, Undead, Ito, you win. You win in the first 11 to 13 minutes, or you don't win. I've come to realize, which is fine. You just have to figure out how to win in those 11 to 13 minutes, man. You really do. That's just how it do be. That how it do be, man. You know what I'm saying? You guys get what I'm saying? You guys get that? Anyway. Godfather vs. Chamiko. Tidehunters again. Makes sense. It's the most standard map in the pool. Also, too, so if Expo cancel 2 times, you just leave. You just do a tier 2 3 crypt all in. You grab a DK. You grab 2 mana pots, 2 wands of negation. You build 6 gargs. You pull every ghoul you have, and you all in their expansion. In my opinion, if you're delayed at all, if you have a perfect Expo, you delay their expansion perfectly, and you're like 30 seconds ahead on tech, then you can go for a Destro push at tier 3, and you might hit before they have 6 Griffins out. That's my opinion, at least. That's what I've come to know. All right, here we go. Chamiko versus Godfather. We've seen Godfather pretty successful so far today, but this is definitely his most difficult opponent that he might face in the entire tournament, honestly, because Chamiko could definitely win this whole thing. Guess tier 2 all in. Then yeah, you gotta kill them if you're delayed. And sometimes, like, you'll see a lot of players go for like a reaction. This is relevant because we are watching Undead versus Human, so even though I'm not talking about this game right now, it's still relevant. Dreadlord first, by the way, from Godfather yet again. Might be going for this creep. Like, sometimes you'll go for only 2 crypt to go for like a standard macro game, then you go for 2 slaughterhouse, tier 3 tech, all that stuff. So you won't actually have the 3rd crypt prepared by the time you're like, oh, I should go for a tier 2 all in. And honestly, it might be better just to always go for 3 crypt versus Human. Like, I've been liking going 3 crypt and then just adding a single slaughterhouse if I do tech to tier 3. I don't think it's like quote-unquote the standard way to play, but I feel like I never have 3 crypt when I realize I need it. So recently I've just been always going 3 crypt while I tech to tier 2. And then I either can go for the tier 2 all in, or I can just go heavier on Frenzy Ghouls and get 1 slaughterhouse. Either way, though. Archmage is going to get level 3. Nice creeping from Chamiko. Very similar to what Ikben did. Into the main. Expansions up. Item, greater heal on the ground.
The town is under siege. A player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, I suppose the one way to defeat Human Mass Air is to play Dreadlord and to go Gargs. Like, Dreadlord Mass Air. The only issue is, how do you survive the early game? I guess we're going to find out. Surround the Archmage over and over again. And that's a pretty good start for Godfather. He lost, what, 2 Acolytes and 1 Ghoul? Versus the level 3 Archmage timing? That's completely acceptable. He's killing the item! The greater heal's dead. Oh, nicely done to Chamiko. Hey, DeFlip, what's up, man? Thank you for the 44 months. Says, Carson, Neo, Remo, love how you keep this game alive, way beyond. And way beyond, wouldn't mind if you're 70 and still casting. Looks like it so far, man. I'm down. I'm here and down. We got another, oh god, 41 years? That's not that many years, I'll be honest with you, man. I thought the number was going to be higher. Either way, though, Footman. I think right here, this is a really interesting position. Like, your gold mine is 100% going to get canceled, but the Footmen are all hugged against the gold mine. What we've been seeing Happy and 120 doing in that spot, especially with Cripplord because you have so many units, is just surrounding all the Footmen against the gold mine. And your gold mine gets canceled, but then you get every Footman kill. I think that should be a more standard play. Like, yeah, I'll lose the gold mine, but I'll surround at least 3 Footmen.
A town is under siege.
Either way, he went for the water elemental, which, when you're panicked trying to stop your gold mine from getting canceled, is the correct play. But sometimes you just can't stop it from happening, so you got to take those Footmen. Staff out from the Archmage. And Mountain King second. Surprised we're not seeing an Alchemist second, but perhaps realizing he doesn't need to all in the Expo. Gonna go for the late game. Dreadlord comes in. Again, like here, maybe just kill 2 Footmen instead of killing the water elemental. But actually he manages to get the surround this time. Dreadlord gets level 3. There's 2 sleeps. Nicely done, Godfather. Gonna hold on. Gets the surround. Archmage comes in. Doesn't yet have a water elemental. We've gone from not picking up tomes to not picking up greater heal potions. It's true. It's true. The meta's evolving. Every footman goes down. Really nice finds from Godfather. Not looking easy from Chamiko's perspective. Not getting this cancel. And he does go for the Alchemist. Rifleman hiding in the main. Chamiko could be dropping down to the lower bracket. Godfather could be qualifying here. This is looking better and better. Goes for the graveyard before attacking. Second Zig as well. Very standard plays. Wouldn't be the craziest thing to get a second crit before attacking as well. But, yeah, the graveyard with the second Ziggurat means he can get a Spirit Tower before attacking. Does find the Archmage. Zeppelin's available in, what, 15 seconds? So this is all just time bought right now. Oh, I think they were both spamming to see if they could get the Zeppelin. But Chamiko a little bit quicker. And now there's no anti-air at all, except for Carrion Swarm and the occasional tower hit on that Zeppelin, which came into play on the last game we watched Godfather play as well. Ghoul's doing some distractions, but really just feeding a little bit of experience. It's going to be tough right now for Godfather to do anything other than delay. He's not going to win a fight for a while until he's at least tier 2. He is building a third Zig, but they're all clumped together. A little bit worried for the possibility of a Sapper. I had to sneeze there, but I didn't sneeze. It's the worst feeling ever. It's the worst feeling ever. You might as well be torturing me right now. Oh no. Oh god. The humanity. Either way, we'll survive. Zeppelin distraction technique for now. Again, distracting is the best thing to do as the undead in this position. And second Crypt's on the way. Arcane Tower is being defended. Huge deal to get that up. Although the Dreadlord currently not with a ton of mana. Here goes the Alchemist. Is he going to keep creeping to level 3? Yeah. Really good just to keep on getting closer to level 2 heal spray. 4 Zigs at the Expo. It's good. If it doesn't get sappered, love that they're all clumped together like this. They can all focus down units at a time. It's going to be, dare I say, near impossible to break this with 4 towers. It's hard enough even as like a tier 3 undead to break 4 towers in undead versus undead. Yet alone a tier 2 human. Maybe he could build a workshop here if he wanted to. Yeah, militia are being called. If he sees these Zigs, he might start building a workshop. Again, just buying time is what Godfather's doing. He's not hoping to get any real kills. He's just making space buying time. Tier 2 is done. Fiends are on their way out. And then we'll have a Death Knight and a couple of mana pots, most likely. I would highly suggest not going solo Dreadlord this game. It's all going to come down to holding the expansion, which DK is going to be very helpful. Sapper and Shredder. Is he going to Sapper the workshop? It's going to take more than just a Sapper to do that, though. Shredder being dropped in the main. That's pretty sick. And Alchemist just continues creeping. Sappers the Arcane Tower. Okay, that was the plan all along. Nice little play. Time is being bought. DK's on the way. No tier 3 tech just yet, but the more fiends, like once you get to like 6 to 8 fiends, as long as you have some mana pots on your Dreadlord, you can start to kind of fight. Ghoul's being pulled. He wants to maybe creep up a little bit more. And he sees 4 towers and he just goes to the main. Makes sense. Ghouls are being split to the main now. That is a high-level alchemist. Level 2 acid bomb as well. Pretty sick. I mean, you can almost equal out the gold from an expansion with just power creeping. Like if you're selling the items and obviously you get gold from creeping itself. It's not quite the same, but as we can see, Chamiko's kept up in supply and has a bigger bank. So if he sells the heal wards, which he might want to keep, but if he sells slippers, stuff like that, you end up with a decent amount of gold. Oh, by the way, there was a mortar team the whole time attacking this. Sorry, I didn't notice that until now. Godfather goes into the main with the ghouls that were split. The Archmage is here to defend. Just patient play, no rush from Chamiko. But he's losing a lot of peasants in the main. Level 4 now on the Dreadlord. DK just trying to, again, just make space for himself. A little bit of multitask micro, tough to do. Almost every peasant is dead, all but 2. 2 fiends have died as well, but 1 mortar team went down, and can he repair the spirit tower? If the Dreadlord had a mana pot, he might want to staff in. Wait, the shop's still up. The Dreadlord could staff in. Archmages instead. Pretty well done from both players, I gotta say. What's up, Hua? How you doing, man? How you doing? Spirit tower going down. And expansion seems like it will be broken, but wasn't without trying that Godfather eventually lost his expansion. What is the play now? Dreadlord comes back in with some more mana. Priest was healing up the low peasants. Zeppelin, he's played against Warden so many games in a row. He knows the micro that needs to be done here. Expansion is broken. Archmage coming back. Godfather with very few options left, unfortunately. He can try to push into the late game, go tier 3, get a Lich 3rd. He is going tier 3 now, and just try to play one base. But with the Alchemist almost being level 5 already, and with the potential of just pushing straight into the main for Chamiko as well, it's going to be difficult. Oh, web on the Zeppelin. Why did he Carrion Swarm then? If only he killed the Zeppelin first and then Carrion Swarmed. TP out either way. Maybe Alchemist would have been there in time. Works on both then? Wait, it kills the Zeppelin and then it continues to hit that which is dropped from the Zeppelin? Is that what you're saying, Razor? Have I learned 2 things now? 2 games in a row. Wow, is that true? Wait, so did it kill things when they dropped from the Zeppelin? I guess, is this dead from the Zeppelin? This peasant? That's incredible. Absolutely miraculous. Another item on the ground. Pick it up. Well, that was a lot of damage on that Dreadlord. Carrion Swarm, but again, it's just not going to do a lot. Maybe at level 5 Dreadlord, he could start to whittle away at this army, but heal wards, heal scroll, and almost level 3 heal spray. And unfortunately, there's just no way for Godfather. It was a really solid game from him. Very nice attempt. Maybe if he had tried to delay the mortar team a little bit more at his expansion, could have been good, or like sat outside the workshop and tried to pick off those mortar teams, buy more time for his tier 3 tech or something like that. There was some plays, but overall it was pretty well played from Godfather, and he'll drop down to the lower bracket. Chamiko will qualify. Kevin New, thank you for the gifted sub to Fifi. Appreciate that. 27 gift subs. My man. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so that's Chamiko qualifying. Godfather with one more shot in the lower bracket. And let's see what our bracket is looking like now. All right. So, all 4 of these qualifying matches are done. So, Chamiko, Lucifer, Death Note, and Hawk are in the top 4, they'll get the top 4 seeds, and they'll play the 4 players that make it out of here. So they won't have to play each other now until at least the semifinals. So now we have Aspect versus Shades. We have Dia versus Sonic. Godfather versus either E8 Orc or Ustage. And Ito versus either Ikbenkul or Chuddy. That could be cool if it is Ikbenkul again versus Ito. It's a lot of undead versus human today, but we have a lot of undead players and human players. That could be a cool match again. I guess we'll just try and see one of these games. Maybe let's watch Sonic versus Dia if we can. Dia like a, or was it Dia or Dia? I don't remember. Carson is the GOAT. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that. No one typed that in the chat. I'm just reading that. I'm my imaginary friend in the chat. I should start doing that more. I should just start making up chat messages. You guys won't call me out. You guys will say nothing. Won't ya? Sonic game? Yeah, let's do the Sonic game. Why not? It's 2100 nearly for Dia for Dia. Is it Dia or Dia? I forget. We decided at one point, like a year ago, 2 years ago, what we were going to call him. I don't quite remember. What's funny is in the Discord, Dia, whatever. I think it's Dia. God damn it. But I prefer Dia. He said, "Who is Sonic?" in the Discord. That's funny. A Night Elf player that doesn't know who Sonic is. It's incredible. Or is it just chatting on an alt account? True. I'm just going to make up things on an alt. What are we in? Lower bracket round something? Let's see. Where the hell are we? Lower bracket round 4 is where we are. Night Elf Mirror, just to get a little bit of a break from the undeads and the humans. We can watch a mirror match every once in a while, can't we? Okay, who is who? Blue is Dia. Oh, did our overlay break finally? Might need to reload our overlay. Yeah, we do. Okay, so this match is going to be a second. Need to restart some stuff over here. Probably meant where. Yeah, it's true. He probably meant where. But it's funnier him saying who. Whether he knows it or not. It's pretty funny. D as in demon plus Dia. That's preferred anyway. Okay. I think that's what I jumped to automatically. But I remember jumping to what I felt was intuitive with his name and then being told otherwise is why I'm hesitant with now how I pronounce it. You know what I'm saying? Either way. Okay, we're reloading our overlay. Cool hoodie, thank you. It's very red, right? It's very red. Not really, I don't wear a lot of red stuff. I guess this hat's red, technically. This hat kind of matches. Actually, I'm kind of dripped out, aren't I? Look at that. We are wearing sweatpants, though. Can you imagine if I was wearing like silk red pants right now and like red dress shoes, like suede dress shoes? I just stood up. That'd be incredible. I dropped the green screen. I'm on like on like a mountain in a mansion. Oh my god. There's like a bunch of rappers behind me with like, you know, like jewelry on and stuff. That'd be rad, dude. All of a sudden we're just in like a music video. Anyway, that would be sick, but that's not what's gonna happen. He said Dia himself. Gotcha. Is our overlay working? It is. There we go. Okay. Dia is blue and Sonic is red. Okay, we'll jump in a second. Gotta be dripped out for the cast? Yeah. Need to get my diamond rings on, you know? One day I'll rent a house on a mountaintop and rent a, you know, a bunch of jewelry or something like that. Hire a bunch of rappers, drop the green screen, 4K camera. Oh my god, the production value. One day it'll happen. Here we go. Here's our next game. Night Elf Mirror, qualifying match. Loser of this is out of the tournament. Worth? It'd be totally worth it. For the aura gain. Upper left is Dia, Priestess of the Moon. And bottom right, Sonic, Demon Hunter player. Night Elf versus Night Elf. You know what? Well, I'm in for it. I'm in for it. I always like Priestess versus Demon Hunter. Always very interesting to see. Sonic loves the unorthodox creep routes as well. He loves different Ancient War positionings. More than anyone else. Is that an Argentinian flag? Yes, it is. That's where Dia is from. Perhaps the best player from Argentina. Who else? Who else is from there? Of this MMR range. I'm not sure. I think he is the best. Free Wisp, why not? Scouting the fast expansion, obviously that's very much a possibility in this matchup. Messi? He's from Argentina? GG's, by the way, Godfather. We watched many of your games today. In fact, we might have watched all of your games today so far. Give me more humans, thanks. It's a fun matchup to watch. I don't know if you enjoy playing it, but we like watching it. Boots of speed on the demon. Gonna force a lot of Moonwells. Wisp block. He's killing the Wisp. Sonic does detonate it. Potom is taking a lot of Moonwells now. Is this going to be Archer Naga tier 2 all in? Because it's not Huntresses. You can play Potom with some sort of expansions, stuff like that. But there's also all-ins that don't involve Huntresses. Trying to get that consumable, obviously. Scroll the Beast, Greater Heal, Push Invulnerability. They're all really, really good in these spots. Sonic somehow used a lot of his Moonwells already himself. Sonic forcing Dia away. Dia instead goes for his expansion once level 3. Again, taking a lot of damage on the Priestess and creeping with Searing Arrow. I mean, I don't hate it because it speeds everything up. I think it's overrated to turn arrows off while creeping, like Cold Arrow, Searing Arrow, Black Arrow. I think you keep it on for the damage because creeping speed is really, really important. Especially the higher MMR, the higher level you get, the more important it is. So I do think it's overrated to turn arrow off to save mana while creeping. But in this case, his Moonwells were quite low, so I think he could have turned it off here. There's a Naga second. Maybe an aggressive shop towards the center. Is there a Wisp coming across? That would be very common here for now. 2 Ancient War Archers. Dia finds the Demon Hunter. I wonder if Dark Ranger second could have been a better play. Go Black Arrow first, Life Drain at level 2. For now, going to be not Potion Force, rather Town Portal chosen by Sonic. Doesn't want to fight into the Naga timing. Goes Keeper second. I think Keeper second is kind of a mistake from Sonic. 2 ranged heroes? What are you really going to entangle Focus Fire?
A player's forces are under attack.
Carson, could you set Gamba for some next games? Yeah, once we get into the final part of the bracket, I will. Like the top 8. We can do some. Crystal Ball could be useful. Nice items on the Priestess. Did he really not have any Moonwells? Is he not sending the Priestess back? He's waiting for a heal scroll as well. Maybe heal scroll, protection scroll, and then Dia will go. Sonic is expanding and scouting for a counter expansion. Quote unquote counter expansion. I don't know. I'm a little bit worried for Sonic. Don't forget, this is the best one. If he loses this, he's just out of the tournament. Dia could have a huge upset. Look at the heal scroll timing. He needs, what is it, another 10 seconds? And heal scroll will be available? And then he goes, buys Boots of Speed. Really should wait for that heal scroll, or at least Potion of Invulnerability, or at least Protection Scroll, something from the shop. He's not. The cool thing about these Wisps is you can actually just mass detonate the heroes, and then it drains the mana, which makes the Moonwells way less efficient. Something Moon has done with this sort of push on Last Refuge. I've only really seen pro players do this on Last Refuge, but no reason it shouldn't work here. One Moonwell goes down. Sonic, you're going to need some sick micro. Because he doesn't have a lot of healing available. To get a Scroll the Beast, though, by the way. Scroll the Beast, Potion of Vulnerability. These items might make the big difference for Sonic. We'll see if Dia can get the detonate on the scroll. Oh, the Wisp maybe overextend a little bit. He was trying to go for that sort of detonate play. Potion of Vulnerability popped right away. He just runs away from it. That's a smart choice. Back up, get a heal scroll. Wait out the potion, and then fight again. What's he going to get? Potion. Grabs the heal scroll. Gonna need to burn that heal scroll. Sonic found the potion himself. Entangle on the Naga. It was out of mana. And it was only level 1. Scroll the Beast was used and not detonated. Sonic's just kind of out-microing him here right now. Staff of Teleportation. Or Staff of Preservation, rather. Finally, Dia can actually win some trades. Scroll the Beast is working. A lot of archers are low. And the heal scroll, let's not forget, was burned to try to save the Naga earlier. Yeah, just really good micro from Sonic. Maybe we could have TP'd out if we were Dia, but that is definitely hindsight. Naga's back in 14 seconds. Keeper. Passed a potion. Moonstone was used. I'm not sure by who. Sonic rebuilding that Moonwell. Sonic also has an expansion up now. And Dia pretty much has to go. And he doesn't even know about this, which is now mining. And Sonic just with really good execution there. I think the push was a good idea. It was well done by Dia. Sonic just out-microed him, which is very, easy for Sonic to do. He's, 600 MMR, 500 MMR, something higher than his opponent here. So, did manage to outplay him. Still low on both heroes. Dia may be aware of the expansion, but goes to the wrong gold mine. Gonna creep the red, hope for heal wards, potentially? No, gonna go past that. He doesn't really have the luxury of time right now. He is unaware there's a gold mine at the 3 o'clock for Sonic, though. You know what they say about hindsight? God damn it, Dondo. Here's the Wisps. They did not manage to detonate the scroll earlier, but now detonating the Keeper a little bit. This could just be a TP force if the Entangle lands on the Priestess. Heal Scroll was also bought by Sonic earlier.
Players' forces are under attack.
Very split push. Why build a building there, then not get heal scrolls? The idea, I think, was to get heal scroll, protection scroll, because the timing kind of lines up with that being available at the shop. I think Dia just messed a couple details up with that push, unfortunately. You normally build the shop a lot earlier in the center of the map, and then you can preemptively buy potions on the Naga and a staff on the bottom, and then the Naga doesn't just die, and then you wait for the heal scroll, and then you go. But there are a couple details messed up, so the Naga died, the heal scroll wasn't purchased preemptively. The TP is normally sold as well, but since he didn't sell the TP, he could have burned it to save those archers that were lost in running away. But now Sonic getting the heal scroll again. It's just in full control. Moonwells are empty. Is that something Dia can take advantage of? Doesn't seem like he's going to go for it. He needs to, though, unfortunately. He's got no other options. But he doesn't know he's up against 2 base still. Sonic expanded at a really strange time, so I can't blame him for not knowing. Sonic gonna take the red. Keeper is such a weird choice, but the Treants are gonna be really nice. Say noob, please. Thank you for the 2-month Prime. Appreciate that. Can't blame him for not scouting Smile Face. Well, he did scout this expansion, which now he's building a tree life at. He scouted that expansion because he knew it was crept, because he knew there was a Scroll the Beast by Sonic. So you can't totally blame him. And just both creeping. Tentative energy, not that useful, unfortunately. Searing Arrow level 2 is pretty sick. If ever Dia has actual mana on both heroes, he's going to be doing a lot of damage. Now Sonic going for, is this heavy armor Huntresses? It is, which definitely hard counters the archers. Maybe not a hard counter. They're very good against the archers. I guess technically a hard counter would have to be medium armor, normal damage.
Player's forces are under attack.
Which there's very few melee units like that. Flute from this would be insane. Boot Sculpt Loss also very good. Scroll the Beast was found by Dia. Level 3 on the Naga. I mean, if Sonic screws up and loses a hero, could be Dia's game. But right now it's 70 against 50 with tons of Huntresses coming out. Marksmanship as well. Tier 3 is done. Bottom third for Sonic, who seems to be having a little bit of fun. The seeding should have been like 98% correct, Pishna. There might have been a couple players that signed up on Smurfs, which should be only disadvantage for them. But for the most part, everyone was seeded correctly today. I have the notepad saved of how the seeding was. Protection Scroll the Beast. Could be detonated if he pulls one wisp off the gold mine, but Sonic honestly has so much that it might not matter. The idea called GG, and Sonic is going to qualify. A pretty nice attempt there from Dia, though. Okay, Tide Hunters yet again. There we go. Are you really checking their battle tags? There's a couple people, like for instance, I don't know who Ustage is. Like he was probably the one that got misseeded the most. Everyone else, though, I got their exact MMRs and seeded them based on their MMRs. I think Ustage was the only player that I missed because he doesn't have a War 3 Champions account under that name. I don't know who he is. But I guess I'm going to find out right now. Because he is... Oh, no, okay, so he's like a 1900 MMR player. Uni is his name. I'll write that down on my notes. You put the 900 MMR player way higher because there's also a Kafer. Oh, yeah. Is there? What did I have? Let's see. Player MMR. What is it? There we go. I'll show you what I had. Here's my monitor. This is what I had. So like usage, I just didn't have his name, the right account name. So that he was 0. And then who you're talking about? This guy? Yeah, it's 1682 for him. Some of these might not be perfectly accurate because some of these numbers were taken last week, but for the most part, this is everyone's MMR. That's how I see it every day. But it's not always perfect because I don't have everyone's AKA. Power's 18. Yeah, there's like 20 powers. Oh, this guy's 900? Well, then there's 2 people with this name on War3 Champions. Yeah, it's not an exact science. It's hard to get it perfect. Unless people put literally their exact names on the bracket, which is not done a lot, unfortunately. So I have to remember everybody's Smurf. Let's go to responses on... Oh, it has all the BNet accounts. Oh, interesting. We'll try that next time. We'll try that next time. Either way, what is our next game? I think we have one more game for the upper part of the group stage part of the bracket. Yeah, Godfather versus Ustage. Another Godfather game. And then we'll have the final 4. So let's check that out, which started a couple minutes ago. So we have our last game. Oh, they were asking about what Secret Valley to host, and I think they might have hosted the wrong one, or maybe I didn't have it downloaded. Did the map files get updated? What the heck? Storage not found. Secret Valley. Did they host the old Secret Valley? One sec, I gotta figure out what map they're on so that I can actually join the game to observe it. Let's see. What if they hosted Grubby's boss fight, that version of Secret Valley? Maybe that works? Let's see. Yes, okay, so they definitely hosted a wrong version of Secret Valley. I'm not sure which wrong version it is, though. Maybe it's the old version. All right. Let's do the last game here. Lower bracket, round 3, or round 4, what is it? I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? That's round 4, though. A Ustage versus a Godfather. All right, there we go. Maybe, well, there was no one that smuggled in during the seeding. I just didn't know everyone's name. There's never anyone that... There was one person last week that got in last second, but that's never been a problem, Pishner. What's up, Reset? How you doing? And here we go. In the bottom left, Godfather. And the upper right is Ustage. 19, or like a little under 1900, like 1800 MMR. Human, so Godfather again with the advantage here. He's played all human players. Good, bro. How you been? I've been good. I've been good. What you been playing? You been playing nothing, Reset? Have you been playing ladder? You been playing Valorant? What you been doing? Criplord versus Archmage, as is pretty standard. Is this the old Secret Valley? How would I be able to tell? Oh yeah, there's no camp here. This is the old Secret Valley they're playing. Rip. Played 5 games of ladder. Nice, nice. Valorant is what I play 90% of the time. Really? Oh my god. He never buys a sacrificial dagger, so he can never really heal up, which isn't a huge deal, but it helps top. It's only 75 gold, and it helps top up a couple of ghouls that take damage during the creeping. Either way, level 1 Archmage across the map. Footman's surrounded. That's going to be a good amount of experience for that Criplord. Archmage did get level 2. Alpha lost the ghoul to creeps. Who cares? At least it doesn't go to the Archmage. Could be an Impale to secure this Footman, but probably wants to save it. Surround the water elemental as well. Okay. Usage not really going to get anything done here. He's delaying the gold mine being constructed, but he's not actually canceling it. Another water elemental going to go to the Criplord. Oh, Footman surround, nice. No slow needed, nothing. Another Footman. This is kind of usage getting a little bit owned here. Now the gold mine can be built. And that'd be pretty much a perfect early game for this Criplord. Maybe Boots of Speed. Oh yeah, you can heal at the fountains in this version as well. They're not awake at night. Again, Boots probably good for the Criplord. It means you can actually secure kills, because if you don't, your only way of securing kills is really with Impale, which isn't an exact science. Buys a Staff of Teleportation instead. Goldmine is going to be sneakily canceled potentially by usage. Criplord comes back. Staff in. Scares the Archmage off. I think the Archmage could have committed. Would be worthwhile to burn the TP even for a cancel. But now the Criplord is going to get even more experience. Footman's going to go down too, potentially. Again, this is a situation where surround all 3 Footmen. Or all 4, rather. Did he go for it? Put 1 unit there and they're all dead. Even if your gold mine gets canceled, it's totally worth it. He's still going to get probably 3 kills. Could have gotten 4, though. Yeah, nicely done from Godfather. Very well done. Pretty much a justified cancel for him. He's going to be totally fine with that, with the amount of kills he's gotten. But tier 2 is done for the human. Was it canceled or killed? It was definitely canceled very, very late regardless, so he didn't get very many resources back either way.
Town is under siege.
Base is open, I think, down here. Shop going to be killed. And Rifleman surrounded. Yeah, this is what happens when you lose too many Footmen when you don't have Archmage level 3. So you might be able to get that gold mine cancel one time, but the counterattack is way too strong. Mountain King's coming out. 50 seconds for that. Godfather being patient. And he's already teching. Did build the 5 Acolytes in the meantime. Base, as mentioned, is open. Beetle's going to continue canceling that shop that's trying to be built. Rifleman, he tried to go for the surround. Almost got it. Maybe should just leave a beetle on the Rifleman. Mountain King's going to be out, and that should be the end of this harass for now, but Godfather in a pretty solid position regardless.
A player's forces are under attack. Town is under siege.
Ghouls could sneak in there if they wanted. No Arcane Tower right now. Oh, Mountain King. If he gets the surround, he might have Bolt cooldown. It would have taken an instant staff from the Crypt Lord. We'll try to pop the Water Elemental in front. Might be a surround. Does lock it in, but staff out. That's the advantage of having that over Boots of Speed. Ghoul's going to try to sneak into the main. And all Godfather has to do is tower up and run around the map for a while. He's got second crypt up already. He's going straight tier 3 as well. I mean, Chamiko managed to do it earlier against 2-base with just really, really patient play. But I feel like he managed to do more in the early game. And the creeping isn't really happening just yet for the human.
A player's forces are under attack.
Sorry, doing some admining stuff in the meantime.
A player's forces are under attack.
There's a couple ghouls going down. Archmage finally got level 3. The issue is mana pots, wanted negation available. There's a lot of tools for Godfather to hold on here. Not to mention the reinforcements are a lot closer. Just yet have a statue. He needs to build one when he can. Okay, taking a little bit of damage. Bolt now on the DK. Maybe he can get that kill. No, doesn't have anything in front to block in the meantime. The Fiends are just focusing down priests. And once you run out of priests, you can't really sustain the push, unfortunately. Yo, Sonic, thanks for the 500 bits. What's up, dude? Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very kind, very generous. Good to see you. Where's that at? You have a 100k bit badge? Oh my god. Badge looks pretty nice. Yeah, it looks like Godfather's going to hold on here. Just slowly chipping away. Now he's got a statue as well. Usage. A nice try today, but unfortunately I think this is going to be the end for him and the end of our group stage. We're going to have our final 8. The DK might die. I don't think Godfather really cares, though. Tower's being canceled by the Fiends. Tier 3 is done as well. He's got so much gold, he just doesn't have the Ziggs. To build any more units, needs that Lich. Can get Destro for him, I guess. There's rebuilding a Ziggurat. A little bit late on those. It's going to be a while before he can build that Lich. Level 2 on the Death Knight there. And soon enough, Lich will be out. And it's not getting any easier. Is there tier 3 at least for the human? No, nothing, unfortunately. Not really many options left. Maybe creep MK3, get a heal scroll, and go one more time? By then, we're going to have Destros, we're going to have Lich with Orb. Maybe even level 5 Crypt Lord by then. It's going to take a while before usage is any stronger than he is right now. DK getting close to level 3. 2, and now he breaks up, keep Godfather. There's the Lich, there's the 2 Fiends, and a second Slaughterhouse. Finally, the macro maybe not the best this game for Godfather, but the holding of the pressure early game is really what got him into this position. Now Mountain King's still not level 3. Maybe if he was, he could kill the Death Knight, but even if he threatened that greater heal push and vulnerability available.
A town is under siege.
And beetles even being annoying. I always forget you can burrow beetles. I never really do that. It's pretty sick. And this tells you everything you need to know about the game. Usage creeping in orange and Godfather creeping in red. Destroyer gonna make this quick. You could even creep the fountain. The fountain isn't a red in this version of Secret Valley. And Battle Drums is nice. As though he needed anything else going in his favor. Wouldn't mind seeing a second attack upgrade for Godfather, but splitting hairs at this point, really. And is this going to be the final push? 66 versus 46. He's got 1,300 gold as well. And Macro leaves a little something to be desired, but Disease Cloud and that first A-bomb also will come out soon. Beetles continue to be annoying. And they can't really be dealt with because no Arcane Tower and nothing to reveal them. Usage desperately comes back. Clipboard's going to have level 3 Impale in a second. Statues do a lot of auto-attacking. I wonder how Godfather hotkeys his statues. So doing a lot of auto-attack. Oh, I guess everything's full health, full mana is why. There we go. That's why. But earlier I noticed that too. Let's see if now they're doing a lot of auto-attacking. Nice Impale. No, okay, they're healing and doing mana now. 3-way K, thanks, man. Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good tournament today. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see any of your games. Yeah, this is just gonna be GG. He's TPing out, but it's definitely over here. Nice Impale at the end as well, and Godfather will move on to the top 8, which we have already started. Which I'll show you guys what we're working with there. Yeah, nice Impales. So our bracket is this for the top 8. So best of 1s here, and then best of 3. And I'll ask the guys if they want to do a best of 5 for the finals, but we'll set it as best of 3 for now. When we get there, I'll see how they feel. But this will be best of 1. Chamiko versus Aspect, Hawk versus Sonic, Lucifer versus Ito, and Death Note versus Godfather. Sonic, unfortunately, with a tough match against Hawk because he did drop down to the lower bracket. Everybody else was, a big favorite. I'd say Chamiko, big favorite here. Lucifer, big favorite here. Death Note, big favorite here. So this is probably the closest. Should we watch Hawk versus Sonic? Dude, that'd be so disappointing for Hawk again, because last week he got to this point, and then new version of War3 Champions. Okay, we're updating. He got to this point in the tournament, and then Sonic just mass hunts AP, killed him. So it'd be very unfortunate. Okay, we are updated. Let's see, are any of the games started? Yeah, Hawk vs. Sonic is available. We'll check that out. Quarter final. And we'll do a prediction. Oh, I can't choose. Neo, you need to close out the prediction. Who's going to get the first assassin? There's a prediction that someone needs to close out, and I can't do it because I don't know who won. Unless I just delete the whole thing. I could do that. Somebody save me. Well, we can do it in the semifinals. We'll do a prediction. Refund? I could. I don't want to, though. People earn their points. It was 1-2-0. How can I trust you? How can I trust you, Don? Almost no points in that anyway. Yeah, true. True. Delete and return points. True. That was Twilight Steve. I don't know. Refund it. What are these predictions, Neo? Okay, here we go. Who will win this best of one? Hawk. Sonic. Choose wisely. Hawk is probably the favorite, but Sonic is probably going to play mass hunts. Okay, you guys ready? Here we go. Winner of this is in the semifinals into the best of threes. Try to catch a couple of these quarterfinals if we can. Here we go. Yo, Noff, thanks for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you won many a 2v2s, many a 1v1s. All right, here's Sonic in the upper left. You wouldn't know it to look at it. In base Ancient of War. Short one. Nice, nice. In the bottom right, here's Hawk going for the Archmage. What will it be? Will it be the Fire Lord for Sonic? He's been loving his weird all-ins recently. I mean, if everyone's going to expand against you, why wouldn't you just go for weird all-ins every time? Wisp will be killed. Buys a little bit of time, but still the pull is successful. And it is Fire Lord. You guys got a little bit of time to predict. You have 20 seconds to look at how much damage is done here before you vote. What's up, Anna? How you doing? And Hawk is forced back for now. Arcane Tower being built. Did you guys just vote for Sonic last minute? Let's see. Oh no, everyone's voting for Hawk still. I would say this game is looking better for Sonic so far, but he is playing Fire Lord, so Hawk should be defensive. There we go. Some points coming in for Sonic. There it is. There it is. When Lava Spawn splits, is Hawk just going to play one base? One more peasant going to go down. There's the Arcane Tower. Now Hawk can maybe leave his base slightly. Sonic just going to attack the Arcane? No. Firelord is out of mana, so he could dive a little bit more heavily into the main. These lava spawns are going to split in a second again. He cannot let these split. Okay, they're all going to expire. This one's splitting. These two are going to expire. Okay. Sonic continued to be aggressive. He's almost level 2 just from the harass. I got to imagine a lot of that was water elementals, which give a decent chunk of experience, especially to a level 1 hero. Last hit does go to Sonic. Level 2 on the Fire Lord. Lava Spawn won't be killed because it's going to expire. Now we have Incinerate for the Fire Lord, so that little bit of mana he has left over actually going to get some value. There's the tech from Hawk, but Sonic also teched. He didn't go for blind mass hunts. In fact, only went for one Ancient of War. Now, this Fire Lord aggression, very tough for the human to deal with optimally, I feel like. Finally, the Archmage is level 2. There's a ring, not going to be too helpful. Archer's being pressured. Hawk, does he have a shop coming up? We'll check in a second. Yeah, it looks like he is building that and a blacksmith. Just trying to get this Fire Lord out of his face finally. Very close to needing a town portal. If there is a reveal or anything, it's going to be a few too many archers at risk of falling. Fire Lord is going to TP, okay. Saves everything with the town portal, so maybe it was warranted, but still a little risky there for Sonic. Really nice value from the shop for Hawk. I missed last week. What are the format changes? Last week we had just a straight up upper bracket, lower bracket, like double elimination, which meant there was about 6 rounds of the lower bracket, only 4 of the upper. So the people that were winning in the upper bracket were waiting around a long time. This week, instead of having the top 2 qualify from the upper bracket, top 2 qualify from the lower bracket, like a standard double elimination, we have top 4 from each side. So it means you get to the final stage a little bit quicker, so people aren't waiting around as much. It still takes close to the same amount of time, but it means people have more matches to play. Why upper lower? Just to give people that aren't Hawk and Starbuck and stuff like that a little bit more time to play. Because that's kind of, you know, half the point of this tournament. Is for people to get some experience playing cups and stuff like that, you know? Not every tournament should just be so that people can stuff money into their mattresses, you know what I mean? As much as I like watching Happy beat everybody. And I do, believe me. Nice pressure here from Hawk. Finally got level 3 from his lab. Also has a lab available to reveal now the archers if they shadow meld. Bottom second, which is... notice I'm not surprised by it anymore because Sonic has been doing this so much recently. He's really been liking this style with Firelord Priestess. It's his own thing. We've seen it about 3 or 4 times from Sonic in the past couple of weeks. What's he going to get here? Lionhorn would be nice. Rope of the Magi, it's okay. But these are both agility heroes, weirdly enough. Was there 3 ranged agility heroes in the game? Dark Ranger being the 3rd. Or no, Shadowhunter as well. I guess there's 4. Am I missing any? Imagine if the Lich was an agility hero. That'd be weird. Be a lot worse as well.
Players' forces are under attack.
Mountain King is now out for Hawk. Creeping the shop. Just on time to grab a heal scroll if he wanted, but gonna need probably more of a potion of vulnerability than he has a heal scroll this game. It's all single target focus fire for Sonic. Circlet found from the Overseer. Hawk looking for the consumable probably at the marketplace right now. Firelord looking to at least delay that while the Priestess creeps up. Oh, sorry for that. Just checking the Discord to make sure everything's going as planned. Scroll the Beast found by Hawk. That's nice if there's not a Wisp nearby to detonate. There will be a decent number of Dryads with Abolish, so there's at least 3 right now. Is Sonic going to go for Mountain Giants? This looks like a very Mountain Giant friendly army, but no, it's just bears for now. We're just creeping for both players. Maybe a Hawk sees Firelord Priestess and goes, okay, I mean, if we both just creep the map, I should be favored because I have way better heroes, but I think it's hard to, or it's easy rather to underestimate these 2 heroes, especially when you get Steering Arrow level 2. You start focusing with Incinerate and Dryads. You can kill a hero really, really quickly. You can focus on rifles super quickly. I do wonder if Sonic will go for a 3rd hero, like a keeper 3rd. For Entangle Focus Fire. I can't quite remember what 3rd hero he goes for with this strat. I seem to remember it being Pit Lord. Hawk 50 supply. Scroll the Beast. Heal Scroll. Nice items on the Archmage. Importantly, level 3 Mountain King. Doesn't seem like that difficult of a fight for Sonic currently. I don't know if Hawk is going to win this one. He could back up and keep creeping. Retrain to Blizzard. There is a decent number of archers. Blizzard could be really valuable for now. Just forcing Wisps out. I think Hawk should back away. I don't think he should take this fight. Water Elementals detonated away. Roar used. Could have Storm Bolted the bear not in bear form, but still kills the one he bolts regardless. Dryad's not really being microed. 2 are going to go down without any micro at all. The 3rd one is moved back. Footmen are killed, but all the riflemen that were here initially are still alive. 1 rifleman might finally fall. And now that Hawk's out of mana, does he just want to get out of here? I think he's traded pretty acceptably. if he just were to back away. Is there a staff for the bear? There is. And Hawk is just going to kite away. I don't think he's going to commit much further for this fight. I'd be surprised to even see him commit the heal scroll during this fight. Another Dryad, no micro, unfortunately. Archer now going down. And Hawk somehow, it didn't look like a good fight. But maybe his heroes just are that much better. And really just not the greatest micro from Sonic, I gotta say. He's got reinforcements coming in. Another bear bolted, staffed. But that's decent micro. Potom hasn't used Searing Arrow once this fight. What? That's a lot of missing damage on the table. It's like finding Claws of Attack and leaving it, Claws of Attack plus 12 and leaving it on the ground. Now he turns Searing Arrow on. Does kill one rifleman. A lot of bears being saved to the back. First Sork finally comes in. There is a bolt. Could be dodged by the staff. Looks like Hawk is a little bit hesitant to burn that bolt. Slow now kicking in. Rejuve not easily dealt with because the priests are more or less out of mana. One has a disenchant currently, or a dispel. That's a lot of bears chasing this army down. Again, Blizzard, imagine. Imagine a world. But now Hawk finally has to back away, and I feel like he didn't kill quite enough. It's just pure bear. Which is not going to be great once the Sork numbers rise. Right now it's 51 supply versus 51. Welcome to European Warcraft, everybody. Heal scroll still available? Yeah, it's still available. One bear goes down. All the micro in the world right now for Hawk available to him. All Sonic can really do is attack, move, and staff things. Maybe heal scroll could be used. Dryad going to help out a ton. If Sonic had the gold, he would pick up a Pit Lord right now. I guarantee it. Bolt on the Fire Lord. Is it just dead? What's he passing? Tried to pass the staff, but didn't use it. Maybe it was on cooldown. I'm not sure. It looks like an easy peasy game for Hawk. Just had to micro a little bit, kite away a little bit, and now he's cleaning up the rest of this army. Once there's a bolt, though, the Priestess will die as well. Okay, Sonic gets out of there in time. Level 4 Potom. The hero levels are more or less equal. That means they've traded more or less equally throughout, but Hawk ends up at 48, and Sonic ends up at 48. Are they really still even, despite the Fire Lord not being here right now? Maybe if the altar's killed, that's when Hawk can really take advantage of that kill. Just mass rejuving everything. Needs to save this altar. I don't know if he's going to be able to. Hawk should just commit to it. No, they're not going to commit. One bear staffed out. Detonate on all the slow. That's more like it. One bear might fall. Dry is being focused. Again, just not microed. All you need to do is run them back and then run them in again. And then Hawk has to refocus. It's the same amount of actions for the same amount of actions. But no, Hawk. Disconnected? Don't tell me he disconnected. What? Don't tell me. Don't tell me he DC'd. Don't make me make that call. I hope they don't. Sonic, okay, Sonic gave Hawk the win. It looks like. Yo, Jimbo, what's up? Thanks for the 39 months with the rip. Yeah, an appropriate rip. Okay, it looks like Sonic did give the win to Hawk, despite Hawk being the one that disconnected. Hawk was winning too much, he got bored and left the game. If I had to make the call on that, honestly, I probably would have said regame, which would have sucked. Sportsman Sonic? Yeah, true. True. All right. Game was pretty close to done there, I imagine. There was a world in which Hawk makes a huge mistake and Sonic holds, but Hawk was really, really winning for sure. All right, and Chamiko defeated Aspect, so now Hawk is playing Chamiko in a best of 3. Death Note's waiting for his opponent, so we're just going to watch Hawk versus Chamiko. Human Mirror. But I mean, it's Hawk versus Chamiko. How could we complain about that? And our first best of 3. Respect to Sonic? Yeah, that is very, very mannered. Especially for me, to not make me have to make the call, you know? Because I don't want to do that, man. People are always end up mad at me. It sucks being an admin, man. Wait, we have two paths we can go down. And in the long run, or whatever Robert Plant said in that song. We can watch this match and then watch the winner here, or we can just watch this match and then catch the tail end of this. You know what I'm saying? What are you guys thinking? Would we rather watch Undead Mirror into Undead versus Human again, or Human Mirror into Undead versus Human, but not catch the whole series most likely? What are you guys thinking? Would you rather watch Lucifer versus Ito? We're getting a lot of not liking Human Mirror comments. Let's pay out this prediction first. Yeah, we could do Ito versus Lucy. Sure. It started a little bit ago, but that's all right. It started like 5 minutes ago. All right, fine. We'll do Lucifer versus Ito Boy. Fine. Fine. This is a best of 1 still. This is the quarterfinals. Undead Mirror. I can't remember the last time I cast an Undead Mirror. Human, if they agree to not use breakers? Yeah, maybe. Maybe have that conversation with them. I don't know. All right. Lucifer versus Ito, Last Refuge. Don't even need the name tags for you to know who's playing what color here. I'll show you. Let you guys do the legwork here. Ito in the upper right, of course, going Cryptlord. Lucifer in the bottom left, going Lich, which is very standard in the meta currently.
A player's forces are under attack.
I'll do a quick prediction, like 30 seconds. Oops. Or will I? Or will I, though? Who will win? Best of 1. Lucifer. Ito, 30 seconds. Go, quickly. Alright, both creep in a camp. To start, or actually, no, this is just Ito getting beetles. Gonna try to expand, but doesn't need to. He has played a lot of games on 1-base Cryptlord. He wouldn't play Cryptlord so often if he wasn't comfortable doing that. This is for Replenishment Potion, which is nice for a little bit more mana before he has Dark Ritual. 1 skeleton goes to the Beetle Boy, which is 12 experience. And Ito is just teching. He's faking the expansion. He is teching. Lucifer, of course, is as well, but he might pull more ghouls than is necessary. So it's just 1-base. Cryptlord is not terrible in this matchup on 1-base. Impale is very strong in Undead Mirror, but of course Nova is a lot better. For now, there is no Impale, though. Lucifer still trying to kill that Acolyte. He still thought that EO was going to expand, but its attack you can now see goes for the surround, doesn't land. Nice deny on the Ghoul at least. Ghoul and Acolyte going down. Lucifer getting the upper hand of these trades, of course, while he still has Novas. Both Ghouls denied. And now we're on favoring Criplord grounds because he's got more units with the Beetles. Just more summons overall. So Lucifer will have to back up until he's able to get another Nova. Skeletons being chased around. Just buying time with the skeletons lowering the lumber. Yeah, hard to do much against the Lich here. Lucifer just killing Beetles. Trying to eventually get level 2. Does get that Beetle as well. Do Beetles give 12 experience as well? They give 10? What's the experience they give? Creeps are awoken. Lucifer so far no losses. Oh, Ensnare. That's going to be another dead Ghoul if he sees the Ensnare, because he's got a Nova to confirm it. Oh, Nova's the other one instead, but that's the third Ghoul denied. Maybe Lucifer's finally going to lose a Ghoul. No, it does manage to run it away. Crippler's going to have to chase that way too far to get that kill. 3-0 in terms of Ghoul kills, but all 3 denied, which means Lucifer still level 1. Might even still be level 1 after this camp. It's going to be very close regardless. Oh, never mind. He got way more experience from that than I thought he would. Still chasing that Ghoul. There's no Nerubian. Summons Beetles. Really trying to get that Ghoul kill.
A town is under siege.
First Fiend's coming out. DK coming out as well.
A player's forces are under attack.
Oh, the reason he got so much experience is because he didn't start his Death Knight when he was creeping that 15% bonus experience. That's why it looked like so much. Crippler just being really annoying. Will he actually get an Acolyte? Oh my god. Is that an Acolyte during the attack with just a Criplord? Damn, that's pretty good. That's going to be 20% of 700 gold. That's going to be, what, 140 gold lost from that Acolyte. Because there's 70 seconds left on the attack. Not to mention all the time the Acolytes are running around. He gets a second Acolyte, double that, 280 gold lost, more or less. Huge, with just a Criplord? That shouldn't happen. I guess that's because Lucifer didn't build a Nerubian. And delayed his Death Knight. He would have had his DK to maybe coil some Acolytes there had he started it right away, but he wanted that bonus experience. Does that make up for 3 Ghouls lost? I'm not sure, but maybe. Maybe it does. Because creeping speed is a big deal with those Ghoul losses as well. Both players going for the shot now. Do we have a slaughterhouse? Yeah, we actually have a statue out. He does statue quite late. Greater heal. Found at the shop, and for Lucifer it was... whatever it was sold. Maybe you guys saw. Could have been a lot of things that would be sold right now. Wouldn't be surprised if he sold a greater mana even at this stage in the game just because of the losses he took. Because of course he needs to get that orb. Ito goes forward again. Just maybe wanted to see if the other shop was available, but of course prioritized by Lucifer as well. Oh, careful with the ghouls. Oh, nice. He aggro's it. Lucifer's been playing really good recently. Not making little mistakes. Except for, well, he did lose 2 acolytes to solo Crypt Lord, but maybe that was credit to Ito. Oh, this is nice creeping. He knows the shop was gone, so he knows that Lucifer is either going to be like here, ambitiously taking the red, which he can't really stop in time, or here. So he takes his mercenary camp. And then he still has positioning to get his own red. I like this choice by Ito.
A player's forces are under attack.
And he does get, what, Lionhorn. Pretty good. And Lucifer eventually does go for the red with Coil Nova. Silence as well. Dark Ranger's picked up, and that will be Claws plus 12. I don't think people quite realize just how good damage items on your Lich are in this matchup in particular. I feel like this matchup and versus Orc, they're the most important. But damage on your Lich wins games in this matchup. What is newer in today's format? Well, if you missed last week, essentially what's new is it's double elimination now. So we have a lot more best-of-1 games overall. Beetles continue harassing. Shouldn't do too much. Even an Acolyte loss at this point won't be the biggest of deals, because the tech is done. Even already rebuilt that Acolyte. Town Portal back in. Gonna get a Fiend? Oh, barely doesn't get it. Wow. Was he canceled Crippler to go DR third, by the way? Wow. I do think Dark Ranger third is overall better.
A player's forces are under attack.
Especially when it gets into Fiend versus Fiend. Having another ranged hero is nice. Just for more focus fire. Like, Impales are great, but you can micro a little bit against it. You can't micro against auto attacks from a Dark Ranger. And as so often in Undead Mirror, the whole map is going to be crept out in a second, with a little bit of exchanges in the mid-game and early game. Now the question becomes, will one player go Banshees or will both players go Destros? There's a few options at this point, I suppose. You can go Banshees, you can go for a Destro upkeep break early fight, or you can go for an expansion. That'll come after the map is crept out, though. Lucifer, I feel like one mistake maybe with his level 3 Lich quickly is he didn't take a fight to try to trade out some of his ghouls, because Ito really quickly transitioned out of ghouls into fiends. Lucifer's stayed on ghouls for a while, and ghouls are not very good later on when there's Destros and level 2 Nova, level 2 Impale as well, so you really want to fight early on to pretty much lose the ghouls, but in exchange for something. So Ito's gonna probably have the better army, although Lucifer has a lot better items. Look at this Lich. But yeah, just the Fiend count's way higher for Ito. Sentry rewards left. There we go. Neither player taking these corner camps. I feel like this is the one matchup you always see those camps crept early. Ito also still has his lab available. Might be worth it for him to get Lich level 3 before fighting. Makes a huge difference. Destro's morph, so Lucifer going to go for the big upkeep break fight. But needs to get a fight when his Destro still have mana. No backing up. Lucifer might get this. Yeah, definitely. With 4 destroyers. Gets the health stone as well. Ito now chain morphing destroyers. Lucifer is stuck. He's got no TP. He might have to Zeppelin out, but he can't Zeppelin out when there's 4 destroyers in the air. Is he just losing the game by going up on this high ground? He got the health stone. The ghouls could be easily killed. Healthstone is used. He's not fighting his way out of the surround quickly enough, though. The DK is just going to die. Coil's a Lich. Coil defends Ito Boy's Lich. Lucifer just with a huge mistake. Going up there without a TP. Oh no. I was just praising him too. Now the Dark Ranger's dead as well. It's always hard to tell what's going on, but we can definitely say with confidence that Ito is winning this game. Can he get out with a Zeppelin? He's going to have to try. Oh, it's going to be close, but not quite enough damage. He tried to aggro the creep so they didn't snare the Zeppelin, but they just ensnared the Destro instead. Lucifer's going to try. Tavern revives the Death Knight. Lich is like 1 HP. He's got an Ankh, though. Aura now getting him away. Lich has a Nova. He could go for just a DK with the Nova. Yeah, there it is. Lucifer also trying to expand at the red camp, by the way. Dark Ranger coming back in 80 seconds. Yeah, that was just a very scuffed fight for Lucifer. Very scuffed indeed. Now what are you supposed to do? I mean, it's Destro versus Destro, and there's only, what, is that 2 Fiends or 1 Fiend? 1 Fiend. So it can get a little bit silly. So Lucifer's gonna try to force a stalemate in a position where Ito has broken upkeep and Lucifer hasn't, but yeah, that 1 Fiend is going to slowly pick apart the Destros. Ankh on the DK. So he's okay for now. He's trying to save the Destroyer. He can kill the Fiend. No, barely can't kill the Fiend. See, once he kills the Fiend, there's nothing that can really deal with Destroyers, no matter how few or how many. But there's a second Fiend.
Players' forces are under attack.
Ito's scouting everything nicely as well. And just slowly pushing the bases as an Acolyte. Yeah, Acolyte going across to expand. Makes total sense. 64 versus 39 supply. Altar was not yet rebuilt. Yeah, Lucifer just with a huge mistake going on that high ground. He wanted to steal the creep camp, but got surrounded. Especially against Impale being that aggressive. Obviously, if you're up against like DK Lich Dark Ranger, you can go in weird positions and you're not getting trapped there as often, but against a Crypt Lord? Lucifer leaving his base. Knows he has to do something. He can't just sit around. Dark Ranger back from the tavern. Gonna try to cancel this expansion. Maybe try to buy a TP? Doesn't have the gold to. You know, morphing a lot of Destroyers. Your army doesn't get much better the more Destros you have, but what else are you supposed to do? Lucifer does manage to cancel the expansion. Now trying to run back. Needs towers. But he's going to lose the only Spirit Tower he has. Now he can't even fight in his own main base. Lich being pressured. We're trying to get a hero kill. That's the only thing that can keep him in this game. Maybe he will. Yeah, Lich actually does go down. Wait a second. Statue's not going to live too much longer. Now goes for the Death Knight, trying to force Potion of Vulnerability. Does. Can you imagine? Being coiled. There's still a decent number of coils. Now the Crypt Lord is a little bit trapped. Oh, he passed the TP before the Lich died, by the way. Okay, Lucifer not going to overcommit here. He's just going to take what was given to him, that Lich kill, and be happy that he's still alive. And don't forget, Ito this entire time has been broken upkeep, so he's actually getting not very much gold.
Town is under siege. A player's forces are under attack.
Certainly doesn't have enough to tavern revive that Lich anytime soon. And what do we have? Like 3k left in the mains? 27 here, should be like 22. Yeah, 22 here. Finally, we're creeping the corner. Maybe Lich level 5 can save Lucifer. Or a level 2 will help as well. You know, maybe he can creep Crypt Lord 5. That'd be nice. Ring of Regen on the Lich. Not the clause +8 that he wanted, but an item's an item, can sell it. And now that we have a slaughterhouse and a shop again, we can finally build some statues. Is this a playable game for Lucifer? I mean, it's just destroyers, essentially, for Ito. He's got a few fiends, so those have to be taken care of first, but a Silence Nova can kill those fiends pretty quickly. But yeah, once the fiends are dead, and you're into Destro versus Destro, the game gets really weird. And that's the state that Lucifer's trying to force this game into. Did buy a TP. Finds the Lich. Oh, no. Okay, there's a potion available. And the TP that he passed before. Lucifer's got to be careful. He could lose his own Lich. He's got a TP out. You're going to kill a couple of Acolytes. Got to go sooner rather than later. Just trying to buy as much time as he can. And it is a best of one, so you can't really blame Lucifer for trying all these plays. It's really all he can do. Expansion again for Ito. Makes total sense. Still double the supply. Lucifer's just chilling. Maybe Lich level 5. He's definitely going to go for the Lich kill again. Potion of Vulnerability swapped over. I feel like maybe Rune Braces should be on the Lich as well. I don't know if that's generally what people do, but it's the only hero that's at risk of dying, really, between these three. Morphing all the destroyers. But still there's fiends, so it's tough for Lucifer to try to micro his way out of this because if his destroyers all get caught. An expansion scouted by the Zeppelin. Lucifer seems like he's just going to run across. Did he rebuy TP? He did. He's going to run across and cancel that. You know, what's he going to do in the meantime? Maybe a Sapper or something like that? I don't know. Tough to make the call to buy a Sapper when there's so many destroyers in the air. Going to kill this shop again. Which of course means you can't build statues. Gonna kill the ghouls as well. Two very common plays in Destro versus Destro. Nerubian goes down as well. And Lucifer just gonna go into the main as well. But he's at risk of losing his Black Citadel. Oh, statue. Notices. And TP back. Realizes he cannot, he doesn't have the time to get into the main. Slightly frustrating for Ito, I'm sure, but he just has to be patient. He's probably still got this one. Just can't lose another hero. Cannot lose another hero. Almost level 5 on the Lich. Just a good silence into Nova and he'll get a Fiend. Maybe even 2 Fiends. This is where Lich items come into play. He's looking for that silence on all 3 heroes. Again, there's like 5 Destros, so it can be devoured, but just takes a second of being silenced to kill a Fiend. Oh, statue. Nicely microed. Oh, another statue. There's the silence. But the Lich, if the Lich is dead, the game's over, and the Lich does go down. I think Ito finally did it. Lucifer, really nice try, but just too far behind after that. Was it a creep jack? I don't know what it was. But yeah, that's Lucifer out, and Ito moves on into the best of 3s. All right. So what is our bracket? Ito versus Death Note. And Chamiko versus Hawk still going on, so we're going to watch Ito versus Death Note, the non-mirror matchup. Some people probably want a decent amount of points there. You bet Ito? Nice. Well done, well done. You couldn't have predicted how Lucifer was going to lose that one, that's for sure. Okay, game 1 is going to be on Secret Valley between Death Note and Ito. Seems like Hawk and Chamiko are also playing on Terra Stand right now. Okay, let's do a prediction for this. Ito, Death Note, there's 2 minutes because why not? The right version of Secret Valley this time, thankfully. As soon as our overlay works, we'll jump into the game. There we go. All right, here we go. Game number 1 in our first best of 3 of the day. 1 of 2. Probably just do best of 3 grand finals as well, because it's going to be getting late for everybody. Bottom left is Death Note going for Archmage and the Crypt Lord in the upper right. A lot of human versus undead today. I mean, I like the matchup. It's been very exciting recently. I mean, the grand finals could very well also be either human mirror or human versus undead. I mean, it's not my fault there's no orc players that play this game anymore, you know? Was there even an orc player in the whole tournament? I'd have to look at the bracket. It's got to be a couple. Certainly. Okay, what's going to be the creep route? Not the most common map for anybody. So creep routes might not be the most optimized thing ever. For the Crippler player, it's easy, though. You just go straight to the expansion. I was looking at the grid and didn't recall an orc I know. It feels like there's less and less every day. Looking for a nice item. Footman going to scout. Can also force a Nerubian. Very underrated, I feel like, forcing the Nerubian early. Hurts the lumber big time. Gold mine instantly for Ito. But notice he has to like sort of make a choice between saving up to build a Ziggurat here or building a Nerubian in the main. That's very, very annoying. Like, this Footman does a ton of damage. Bad skull, true. He's not really regenerating from the skull, if that's what you mean.
A player's forces are under attack.
Hawk, in the meantime, is creeping his expo as well. This and then a green camp, and I think he'll be level 3. He actually already did creep the green camp, so I imagine this is level 3. It's not quite. Wow. What more do you have to do to get level 3? He's going to militia creep now as well. Not the easiest map to secure that. Expansion will not be canceled, I feel like. If that Footman was nearby, he could staff. But it took so much damage. Ito going to stay nearby. Realizing if the gold mine doesn't get canceled, he's in a good position. Archmage going around the other side. It's going to be really close. 28 seconds. He needs to get a really good impale and then repair the gold mine. 20 seconds. Oh, that's a bad water elemental. It'd be totally worth an impale surround. He does land the surround on it. Now he needs to impale the Footman. Impale the Footman. He does. Okay, there we go. One Footman going to go down. Water elemental surrounded. 3 seconds. There's not another water elemental, by the way. He's going to have to impale the footman again, probably. Repair. Really nicely done from Ito. Wow. That water elemental was not good from Hawk. He needed to move the Archmage in closer and then summon it. Two footmen go down. And there is a Staff of Teleportation. Yeah, really nice surround with the water elemental. Not easy to do that. It was necessary to keep the gold mine alive, but not easy. And another footman goes down. This is a great game from Ito so far. Oh wait, did I say Hawk? Yeah, Death Note. My bad. We will see Hawk probably next after this. But yeah, big mistake from Death Note to summon here. Just walk forward. There's no Nerubian yet. Every time I see a mistake, I'm just blaming it on Hawk. Poor guy. Creep shop, yeah, I think that is the right play. But he still seems to be a little bit afraid, Ito, of the pressure. But he doesn't need to be. Needs to get level 3 Crypt Lord as soon as he can. Tries to go for another surround. Boots of Speed will chase down that footman. And tech already started. Second Zig, maybe Graveyard comes up for Hawk. For Death Note. He's going to be teching pretty soon as well. Has a decent number of Lumber Peasants. Archmage got to be a little bit careful. And all the Acolyte kills he gets now, Death Note, are going to be good because there's no Necropolis and the tech's already started. So, like, this will not be replaced for a long time. That's why oftentimes... Ooh, nice surround. And there is an Impale. It's going to be a TP. That's why oftentimes you'll get a Necropolis immediately after teching. There's a Necropolis, but it's going to be 90 seconds of only 4 on gold over here. It's better than not having the gold mine at all, but... Ito had a backup Acolyte? Does he have an 11th? Oh, he had one in the main base. Nope. Or did he? Yeah, he did. Okay, nice. There we go. I like that he had an extra one, but left it in the main. And now he can creep level 3. For Death Note, going to be teching. Does he have a shop up yet? Waiting for it. Really low on footmen after this early game. Greater Heal was found. And level 3 Crypt Lord, and he just gets it and goes straight across the map. Is he pulling every ghoul? This is going to be really difficult for Death Note to hold. He's got an Arcane Tower. He's got a decent amount of mana for Water Elementals, but only 3 footmen, and 2 of them aren't even healthy. Well, 4 footmen, and 3 of them aren't healthy. There we go. It's going to be tricky. Here comes the Ghoul Flood. What is that? 7? Boots of Speed will find this Ghoul for Death Note. It's going to get him closer to level 4. We'll see how easily these ghouls can be dealt with. For now, Archmage is nowhere near. There's almost an Impale, which could be good in this fight. Water Elementals are good. Arcane Tower immediately focuses for Death Note. It's really hard for the ghouls to stay here for much longer with the Water Elementals. Hi Wrath, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that. Staff out. There was a semi-surround. Ring of Regen. Great for Death Note as well. Helping keep that Archmage not too unhealthy. All the ghouls are going to go down nearly. There's still a couple around here. DK's on its way. And Ito does go tier 3. Not going for any sort of tier 2 all-in. Maybe was happy with the timing of his expansion. Makes sense. Death Note was his tech. There is opportunity for Ito to go for a tier 3 timing. Big time. Before there's Griffins, before there's Knights, before there's any sort of tri-hero action, there will be Destroyers. Here's the DK. Did he get a Wander Negation? He did. Would be wasted on this Water Elemental because it was spawned very late. You normally want to see the Water Elemental get spawned and then use it. Unless you want the experience, I guess. And the macro looking pretty decent for Ito. For Death Note, he just needs to click the upgrade on his tech over and over again. There's tier 3 on its way. Just needs to wait for tier 3. Wait for the Griffins. At least he'll have a Mountain King soon. Nice Impale, I guess, to clean up some of the footmen. Just a little bit more experience, a little less creeping for that Mountain King when it comes out, so worthwhile to kill them. Gets the experience for the second one as well. Death Note down to... Is that actually one footman? Yeah, it's literally one footman. A little bit low on peasants, too, and maybe he could use 1 or 2 more lumber peasants. Any more than that would be too many, but 1 or 2 more could be nice. First Fiend bolted, but might not be killed. There's going to be another coil available in the second. Also another bolt. There's the coil. Trying to surround the MK. Doesn't quite have 1 more coil. Almost gets the surround, but the Fiend just dies in the end. Needs to be careful not to lose too many Fiends. Loses 2 Fiends. Not really for anything currently. Should just be creeping probably right now, Ito. Double Workshop, double Griffin Aviary on its way. Coil to cancel the healing. Lich is on its way, and where's Destro Form? Here it is. 1 statue. Is there Frenzy finishing as well? No Frenzy yet. I guess he doesn't have that many ghouls, but really nice to pull those ghouls. He's running out of his timing. He's got, I'd say, 1 more minute to push Ito. And then there's going to be too many Griffins. Here he goes. Destro Form is finished. He's not getting Frenzy. He's just going Fiends and Web and Frenzyless Ghouls. Maybe it's not a huge deal that they don't have Frenzy. Lich with Orb is coming across. First couple Griffins and First Knight are on their way out. Alright, we gotta go now. This is the best timing Ito has. I mean, under 12 minutes and we're pushing. It's pretty good. Unfortunately, he's 2 Fiends shy of what he would have been. But 4 is still enough against the low Griffin numbers. First couple tier 3 units are coming out. And we know how difficult it becomes for Undead if you let them get too much of a tier 3 army. So we gotta go now. Ito's gotta destroy this fight. Ghouls go in. Destro's go in to kill the towers. Where's the Paladin, by the way? Coming out only now. Web not turned off. He's going to go for the flying machines instead. Could instead just go for the Griffins, but there's enough flying machines you can't really ignore them currently. Knight is staffed out. Both Griffins are webbed. Bolt going to kill one of the Fiends, but both Griffins seem like they're going to go down. TP out, but can he save the Griffin? I don't think so. Oh, he didn't re-web it. Nice TP there for Death Note, but he lost all the peasants in the expansion. His timing seems like it's working. He's got no lumber. Of course, there's no shredder on this map, so he's not flush for extra lumber to go for the upgrades or anything like that. And Ito hits his timing. And he does enough damage. He kills the expansion. Now he can just go and creep if he wants. Still shops available. Still red camps available. Paladin's only now out. And that's the strength of if Undead's able to get their expansion up and not canceled. They have that tiny window. Because you imagine if Death Note had just another minute, he wouldn't have lost. He would have had his Paladin. He would have had a second Knight out. He would have had 4 Griffins instead of 2. He would have had 12 flying machines instead of 6. And Ito probably would have barely killed a unit. But you have that slim window at tier 3 to break their expansion. It's a bad map overall. Yeah, this is actually out of the pool now because the season changed. So this will be the last week where we have Secret Valley. Now we'll actually have a scrimmage, potentially. Nova staffs out the Paladin. 1 Destro finally dies. Needs to be careful not to lose every destroyer here. Lich, Potion of Invulnerability, not going off, actually. And all the destroyers are being chased down. It's 2 base against 1, but Death Note's finding a lot of kills. You might be able to find every destroyer. There's a second destroyer going down. Mountain King doesn't quite have a bolt right now. Is there an orb on the Archmage? No, he couldn't afford it, unfortunately. Destroyer's still going to go down if they don't stop running. Was that every Destro dead? It might have been. But at this point, I think you might just want to put down double Temple of the Damned. Oh, Archmage! Oh, he was doing so good, but then he loses the AM. Lich is back from the tavern. Now, unfortunately, it's 2 base against 1, so even though he got a lot of kills, it's not going to matter in the long run. Knights, though, not easily dealt with. Mountain King doesn't quite have a bolt just yet. Lich has a Potion of Vulnerability, passes a greater heal. Archmage back from the tavern. Unfortunately, the Griffin comes into range of the Fiends. Is there a coil for the Lich? No, it just dies again. 5-3-2. The heroes can do a lot. You can see now the difficulties of if you let the human get to tier 3. This is 2 base against 1, and Ito's still kind of losing. But it should just be a matter of time before he gets a big enough army. I'm surprised he's taking these fights. He should really just be creeping. And trying to get up to like 70-80 supply with Banshees. Lich is going to die again. Needs to dodge this bolt. Does. But now going to lose a Fiend. He has a coil. Coils the Knight instead. It's ambitious. I'd like to see double Temple, but just happy to build statues and Fiends, I suppose. And yeah, Death Note going to try to re-expand. That's the only play he has. Hope the expansion comes through. Cripplord almost level 5 and Pale level 3 is huge against the Knights. Even level 2 is pretty good. Is this going to pick up the Paladin? No, Divine Shield. Barely there.
Town is under siege.
Oh, and the Beatles actually find the constructing expansion. Unfortunate. Gonna go for the Lich again. Can he kill it a 3rd time? Is there staff available? There is, but the Paladin now dies. And that's gonna be 1-0 for Ito. Man, just to make it work. The defense of the gold mine into the timing. That's the combination that you kind of need to make work in this matchup these days. Either that or some sort of tier 2 all-in. And Secret Valley, obviously not the greatest map for human in this, especially in this matchup. Maybe it's good against Orc. Maybe it's okay against Night Elf if you're playing 1 base, but against Undead especially, not great for Death Note. Now he goes into Last Refuge, which is going to be a much better map. A much more, at least, comfortable map for him. So let's see if he can tie it up. Should be able to. Be surprised if he didn't. Yeah, well played from Ito, though. Can he keep it up? Can he get away with that gold mine first again? Because it really does come down to the creep route that Death Note chooses to go for, whether or not you can get that gold mine up as quickly. Let's see. Because this time around, probably going to be Merc Camp first. Which does mean gold mine first actually potentially could be good. I'm interested to see how this plays out. Expecting Archmage and Criplord again. Expecting actually a pretty similar game overall, but it really comes down to the early game that's going to make things different later on. Both players really took no damage at their expansion, though, which seems to be proven that is better for the undead. Just as long as your gold mine doesn't get cancelled, you don't have to kill a ton of peasants. There's the Crypt Lord. There's the Archmage. This first footman probably going to go right here to pull it. We'll see if the Crypt Lord manages to get his mercenary camp as well for Ito, but a little bit more of an ambitious creep route than it will be for Death Note. First footman does go to the left, so that is going to be a Golem pull. And we'll see. I didn't quite pay attention if Ito did the double unsummon last game. He does sometimes play a little bit of his own builds. Maybe that'll be no different this time. Dreadlord, please. Dreadlord could be cool. Dreadlord can struggle against one base. That's the issue. No Ritual Dagger. Am I the only one that likes Ritual Dagger every single game, every matchup, every time? I buy it always. I only don't buy it in Undead Mirror. And straight to the gold mine. Did unsummon just the altar. And this will be gold mine first, I think. Acolyte did not get ensnared. Yeah, there's the gold mine first. So now if Death Note chooses to creep to level 3 and then go across, the gold mine won't be cancelled. If he chooses to go across right now, he can cancel it, but then he's going to be under-leveled. That's sort of the trade-off. You kind of need to scout it, but on this map, because you go for the footman pull and the big camp of the mercenary camp right away, you tend to struggle to actually scout whether or not it's gold mine first or not. Which is why it's kind of cool to do this on this map in particular. Or on maybe Tide Hunters as well. Why destroy altar? To have the lumber to finish the gold mine, or to get the gold mine in time. Because when you unsummon, you get resources back. Was it 50% of the resources? Something like that. I think it's 50. So you get 25 lumber from that altar. And 90 gold. And if you lose the Crippler in this matchup, you're tavern rebuying it right away, either way. Creepjack comes in, doesn't yet have Impale, but one peasant and he'll get it. Which he does right there. Creeping not yet done, but Ito's kind of creeping for Death Note right now. He realizes now. Priest might be worth an Impale, honestly. But doesn't go for it, instead just goes for the peasants. Goldmine isn't going to be canceled. Again, this is really good for Ito. Death Note's running across desperately, but he is not going to cancel this. He might kill some acolytes. But that's the best he's going to be able to do. Acolytes even block. Yeah, Ito really aware of the timings here, it feels like, which is nice. Goldmine gets up. Nerubian a little late. As soon as it's up, it's going to hit that Berserker for sure. And now it's just all about damage for Death Note. How much can he do with the level 3 Archmage? Berserker does get surrounded. Needs to be denied. Isn't. That's a lot of experience. Priest immediately slowed. This one needs to be denied. You can't give the Crypt Lord level 3 and take this much damage in the early game. I feel like that would be a losing combination for Death Note. Deny it. Okay, he does. Nicely done. He is managing to kill some acolytes. Death Note did tech as well. He's playing one base. Losing some footmen, killing acolytes. Definitely good damage for Death Note, despite taking some losses. One more kill, and this will be level 3 Crypt Lord. Could deny this, as 2 water elementals in range to do so. Oh, one expires. Let's get level 3. Second Zig. Oh no, goes for the Necropolis. Okay. In the main base, one ghoul. Seems like it was chased down, or is that a footman corpse? I'm really not sure. Cutting off some acolytes as well. That's a nice play. Impale just to kill the priest. Why not? Kill every unit you can if you're Ito in this stage, because you know it's one base. With the ghouls over here scouting. It's not even been crept yet. Oh, not quite the deny, but the attempt was made. Gonna force the TP now. Another big deal for Ito to force his TP before the push comes. Tough game, though. I'd say not impossible for Death Note. He's got a timing because he's delayed the tech so much with that pressure, but he also lost a lot of units and didn't cancel the gold mine, so Ito could just go for a second Zig, early graveyard, which he is now doing. Impossible for Death Note. Let's see. Boots of Speed are necessary for Ito. Mountain King, first Rifleman coming out. Trying to chase down this Footman. That's what Boots of Speed are good for. Oh, Arcane Tower hits. Gets the Footman. Could just surround the Water Elemental. Ghoul's coming from the left side. Wait a second. Trying to get this around. This is a really ambitious play. Is it going to work? He's going to get it. That's 2-0. There's no way he fights out, right? Tries to. Replaces it. This Archmage dies. The game's over. This is Ito 2-0 over Death Note. Super well played from him this series. Holy. Surrounds the Rifleman as well. He's just on another level today. Very, very well done. Did not expect him to play this dominant versus Death Note. And now you just macro up. What are you supposed to do? Level 4 Archmage dead, first Rifleman dead. Just macro up. And he is macroing accordingly as well. Tries to 4-point surround a Rifleman there with Beetles. Like, he lost some ghouls, but just needs to get some towers up over here and just macro behind it. Easy peasy. Death Note's going to stay in it because this is the last game of the tournament if he doesn't win here, but... We see level 10 Crypt Lord. Best move by Ito, not forgetting to rebuild Altar. Truly a mistake that is so common. Mass Gyro, 100 food bombs could win Death Note the game. That is true. Why don't humans do that more often? You see Crypt Lord first, just turtle until you have 100 food flying machines. Because when you think about it, there is no counter for undead. There is no counter to 100 supply flying machines, unless you have a Dreadlord. Or a Panda. Not even Panda so much these days. You need a Dreadlord. That is true. That is a fact. Tier 2 is already done. I guess what do you do against 100 food flying machines? You just go for mass fiends. I don't know, man. You just avoid the fiends and attack the main. He is going for workshop, speaking of that. But I think that's for mortar teams more than it is for flying machines or tanks. The mortar teams are going to help to break the towers, which there's only 2 of. This is pretty much an all-in and not a very strong one at that. He's got no TP and he's spent the rest of his gold on heal scrolls. Well, a heal scroll. Still not that strong of an army for Ito, but with tier 2 you have the mana pots and the Rod of Negation that you need to deal with the water elementals and to have more impales. Be very tricky. Probably has 5th and 6th Fiend on the way. No, doesn't want to break upkeep just yet. Doesn't need to either. Who's Chae Young who beat Hawk? That is Chamiko. Which seems like will be Chamiko versus Ito in the grand finals.
A player's forces are under attack.
We'll see, though. We'll see if Death Note can win this fight. Is getting some kills. You can do a lot with this army for Death Note. Just takes a lot of micro. Fiend almost going down. Water negation deals with that water elemental. Mortar team now actually kind of forcing the fight. Tier 3 is only halfway done for Ito. Impale. There we go. That's what we need. That makes all the difference. It feels like it's a good fight for the human until they get impaled one time. Level 3 MK. But every kill that Ito gets is very difficult to replace for Death Note. 2 statues are now here. And yeah, you might get some kills as the human, but you lose a rifleman, might as well be gone forever, because look at his gold. Yeah, Ito should back away. A lot of mana on that Crypt Lord. There's another Impale. Heal scrolls used, but I think that Rifleman's still going to be dead. Level 2 on the DK means he has a coil to save that Fiend. Tier 3 is finally done. Haven't seen a lot of burrows yet for Ito, but he does have it upgraded. Yo, Funk Soul BR, thank you for the subscription. Appreciate that. How you doing? One more Fiend will go down. Oh, he bolts the wrong one. Or, I mean, maybe the right one in his eyes, but he might get neither kill. He does get one. Now Lich is on the way. That'll mean Orb soon. It's just a matter of time. Thanks, man. Keep it up. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Another Fiend gonna go down. I mean, Death Note's, he's doing damage, right? You got to imagine with how bad this early game was for him, how much he's doing, right? But it's tricky, especially when the Lich shows up. Almost got this round on the DK. Could have maybe swapped the TP if that happened, though. Almost one more bolt. Archmage level 4. It died on level 4 earlier. That just shows how long he's been on these levels. Lich is out. Can't yet grab Orb. Unless he already did over here. No, but he'll be able to grab it at this shop. Tower's being built. Death Note's doing the best that he can. Ito just has to not lose any heroes. Doesn't want to lose that Crypt Lord, that DK. Can probably afford to lose the Lich, but... 2 mortar teams are now here. The Impale is big. Nova as well. There is not a heal scroll right now for Death Note, which making this fight a lot more difficult than it needs to be. Unfortunately, he already had burned it earlier. DK, out of position. Almost goes down. Maybe a bolt. There's a potion. Oh, he fakes the bolt, actually. Knows he's not going to get the kill with it anyway. Impale. Doesn't matter what it hits. Mountain King forced to do a potion of vulnerability. One statue might go down, but there's 2 more where that came from. A 3rd mortar team. Or actually, that's just the 2nd one. I thought there was 2 already here. Maybe the Necropolis will die, but... Oh, no, there is 3 mortar teams. Doesn't seem like there's enough stuff for Death Note, though. It seemed that way for a while. Nova lands, MK goes down, and that's going to be 2-0. For Death Note. Or for Ito, rather. No doubt. Archmage might get level 5 now that he's solo over here, but level 3 on the DK, level 2 on the Lich. And that'll be GG's. Somehow, some way, Ito secures the 2-0. And he goes into the grand finals against Chamiko. Can you believe it? More human versus undead. How many games today have been human versus undead? Godfather versus Power. Godfather versus Ikben Cool. Chamiko versus Godfather. Godfather versus Usage. Lucifer versus Ito. Ito versus Death Note. Ito versus Chamiko. Almost all. Which I don't mind. I like the matchup. And it will be a best of 3 in the grand finals. I asked the players if they want to do best of 5, but gonna be best of 3. It's pretty late for Chamiko. Like, what is it, like 4 a.m. in Korea or something like that? I think it is. Let's see. Time in Korea. It's 5:30 a.m. in Korea. Grand finals. Yeah, Ito with a hell of a run today. Which also means, like, regardless of how the grand finals goes, Ito's got a lot of points to maybe get himself in the end of month finals, which is cool because we want to see more Ito. Always want to see more Ito, especially if he keeps playing like he is today. Ito, the new X-Lord, apparently. The top German player. Who will win this best of 3? Give you guys 2 minutes. Last prediction of the day. Final series of the day. And we're going to start on Last Refuge yet again. We'll see what differences. I always like seeing the same matchup back-to-back, but with a different player from one side. Just to see sort of what Chamiko switches up compared to Death Note, or if anything changes. Here we go. Game number 1, grand finals. In the bottom left, here's Ito. In the upper right, Chamiko Pally Rifles. I haven't seen this strategy, especially in this matchup, in a long time. And I've been playing a lot of Undead on ladder. I don't think I've played versus Pally Rifles one singular time on ladder either. It has really fallen out of popularity, mostly because Cryptlord is just really good versus it. Now, if you're up against a Lich or a DK, or maybe even a Dreadlord to some extent, not as good, but a Cryptlord, I feel like Happy showed us the way. But the question is, last time we watched Ito play against Pally Rifle, I had a lot of criticisms of how he played. I remember those games. It was when Pally Rifle was still very, very common. Played almost every game. It was when Starbuck was beating Happy with it all the time. And then Happy found sort of that solution, quote-unquote, to it. The really defensive Tier 1 play with lots of towers into 3 Crypt Frenzy Ghouls, constant hit and run with staff and stuff like that. I watched Ito play against Pally Rifles around that time, and he didn't do any of those things. He was teching on 1 Ziggurat the expansion and dying to the 7-minute 30 timing every single game. So I hope I pray that Ito has learned from his past mistakes and will know you need to tower up against Pally Rifles. Hey, maybe the meta's changed. Maybe Undead players figured out a more elegant way to defend the 7.5-minute timing, but from what I remember, you need 3 towers at each base, and then you tech to Tier 2, or else you just die. That's how Happy did it, at least. Gonna be Goldmine first, which makes sense. Not only against Archmage, but against Pally Rifle. This is not the Lemus creep route. The Lemus creep route is take item and then creep this with Militia, and then go down here and cancel the Goldmine very often. I wonder how that timing would work out with Goldmine first, either way. Slightly different creep route here. Beetle is going to scout Pally Rifles. And then I hope we see a Graveyard and an extra Ziggurat at the expansion. Or 2 extra Ziggurats at the expansion for Ito. If not, he is just going to die. Happy plays a lot less these days, it seems. He still streams every day, pretty much. Well, almost just around there. And he's been playing in the B Cup, which he's in the top 8 for, currently. I'm not sure what the most recent results were, but I think he was playing Kaho last I checked in the B Cup. Expansion, 30 seconds. He is kind of doing the Lemus timing on the Goldmine cancel. Is he going to get it? I think he gets it. Oh no. Ito screwed up. This is a Goldmine cancel at like 95%, and he's just going to TP back and be totally fine. And then we do it all over again. He needed to defend, so this Goldmine got up. Chamiko gonna try to kill all the Acolytes before TPing. How much damage is Ito taking in the meantime? Not really much at all. He doesn't even have Impale either. If he had an Impale, maybe he could kill some peasants. This game might just be over. Yeah, I think it's over, guys. I think it's GG. Level 3. He needed to defend the gold mine. Unfortunate. And that is why Happy always creeps at least to level 2 in the early game. One of the many reasons. Well, there's 1-0. Yeah, I think Ito was a little bit too afraid initially of the Pally Rifle. Like, you don't have to actually be afraid of it until they have a Blood Mage out and until they're level 3 and all that, you know? When it's just a Paladin and a few Riflemen, you can actually go for surrounds. You can actually go for rifle kills. You can try to get Impale and then force a TP on the Paladin. Once the Blood Mage is out, you can no longer fight. You can never really win a fight. But you don't need to be that afraid in the early game. When they just have like 3 Riflemen, 4 Riflemen, you don't need to be that afraid. You can at least be confident enough to fight them to keep your expansion alive, bare minimum. At least, you know, be confident enough to get the gold mine up and then build towers and then start hitting and running. Either way, it's 1-0. And this is just a best of 3. So let's see. Game number 2 is going to be on Warhail. Here we go. True, Sushi. Bottom left, Chamiko. Upper right, Ito. Will he switch anything drastically up because of the fear that the Pally Rifle just put into him? I don't know. I don't know if he'll switch anything up. I think he's got to continue playing the Crypt Lord. Surely there's no better opener than what he just did. Crypt Lord coming out. And Archmage this time around. Makes sense. Such a big map. Not really great for Pally Rifle. Maybe this could be a best of 5, but you have a map 1 at the start if you never lost a best of, in the best of 1 phase. Yeah, there could be a way to do that, but it would have to be probably you have a map advantage like in the quarterfinals or something. I'm not sure. Not sure. Still room to change. I think this is definitely a lot better than last week in terms of format, but maybe there's still room for some improvements. No doubt, no doubt. And there's the Altar on Summon. No Ritual Dagger again. He's just not a fan of it. Okay, 1 ghoul being pulled is definitely a mistake. Okay, there we go. Now he's pulling 2 and 3. Footman going to scout all this. Footman also going to give away that it's not Pally Rifle. You do not build Footman when you go for Paladin first, unless you're doing a very particular, very cheesy strategy. Impale first and Goldmine first. Seems like Ito's watched some Happy replays. See, no Ritual Dagger. He's not going to be able to heal after this. But Chamiko will give this gold mine up. Because he's not going to be able to run across the map and cancel it in the next 78 seconds, I don't think. Unless he starts running right now. Ito's respecting the last hit skills of Chamiko. Does he want to impale that Footman? I mean, it's not bad to kill it. It stops the Staff of Teleportation play. I do decide if Impale or Beetles first. I normally go Impale first if if there's no two critters on the way to the expansion. So like from this position to this position, if I don't have two critters in a clean line, I'll go for Impale. Whereas if you do have two critters, you can go for skeletons and one summon of beetles and then creep the camp, which is probably better than Impale first. If not, you just summon skeletons off the one critter that you get and go Impale, and then, you know, it's probably faster overall. But I'm not sure if that's exactly right. That's just how I decide to do it. One ghoul unfortunately goes down to the creeps. And Beetle does scout that Chamiko's going for an expansion. Level 3 Archmage won't get here in time. We see the strength of the gold mine first yet again. Archmage has a lot of mana. It's going to be more or less infinite water elementals. He's half out of mana, but has 2 summons still, and a Sobi Mask. This is going to be really difficult for Ito. It might take an Archmage surround to survive this push. One ghoul goes down, one footman also going down. Criplord almost level 3. Maybe if he can get a mercenary. They give a lot of experience. Does almost get us around on the hermit there. Not quite. Doesn't have boots of speed either, so can't really chase them down.
A player's forces are under attack.
So far, all the acolytes are alive. Footman triple water elemental go in. Acolytes being pressured. Crippler just needs a couple of kills to get level 2 beetles. Beetles do split off over here to the expo. Maybe ghouls will go across as well sooner rather than later. Water elemental. Will that give level 3? It will be close. It does give level 3. Beetles are going to help out a lot. He does definitely take a lot of damage. Level 4 Archmage. Look at the mana regen. Look at it. Oh my god. Absolutely incredible. Rubian will slow down the Murloc here. Get a little bit more damage done for Ito, but has anything been split over here? Okay, a couple of ghouls, but not really anything done on the Chamiko side of the map. This is just looking like 2-0, guys. Ito with a really good run, but Chamiko, strong item, strong play. Pally Rifle game 1. Does get that footman at least. There's just so many water elementals. There's always 3 water elementals. Okay, now he's going for the surround on the Archmage. Does lock it in. Nice. Okay, at least he'll survive for now. I do think, though, Ito has to counterattack, but he has so little HP on his Criplord, he can't really do much.
A player's forces are under attack.
Okay, expansion almost fully saturated, but Chamiko almost done tier 2. Okay, so this is the sort of game where you put down 3 crypts and go for an all-in, and that's the only play you have. If you're Ito, I'm pretty sure. It's not a bad play, but unfortunately it's on the biggest possible rush distance map that he has to rush, essentially.
A player's forces are under attack.
No boats yet purchased, but maybe we'll see one soon. Is this going to be a Shredder and a Zeppelin combo? He's actually underbuilt peasants. Look, he's only got 8 lumber peasants, and now he just gets a quick Shredder. Really nice macro from Chamiko. This is perfect decision making here. He also got early backpack, by the way. Wait, did he steal an item early and I missed it? No, he didn't. But now he's got backpack. Archmage almost level 5. I don't think this is quite enough experience, but almost. Another Pennant of Energy. I mean, is this influencing your second hero choice at this point? Like maybe you go Panda second or something like that? Just because of all the mana you have. You definitely go Clap if you go for a Mountain King. No doubt about that. Level 4 Criplord. And Shredder goes back home. It is going to be Mountain King. There's a tier 3 tech. Yeah, I love the underbuilding lumber peasants and getting a quick shredder. I think it's such a great choice. Now the gold mine drop. And this gold mine's going to be killed as well. Can the Crippler come back? Okay, Crippler's running over. He's going for Fiends, so he's not going to go for some sort of tier 2 all-in. Or else you would just go for Ghouls at this point. Okay, gold mine might survive. But the Zeppelin's going to be able to save everything. Level 3 water elementals. Chamiko actually staying here longer than I thought he would, but just stopping the mining as long as he can. More ghouls going down. Look how much mana he has, man. Now he finally gets out. Maybe a little bit worried there's going to be a web eventually, which it's now researching. So, I mean, if he got webbed, he could have lost everything. So maybe that was a little risky for Chamiko to stay there for so long. Griffin Aviary's coming up. And double workshop, of course. He doesn't have a lot of lumber right now, but he will eventually, because there's a shredder. And what is the play for Ito?
A player's forces are under attack.
He is building a Garg for the Zeppelin. Okay, doing some creeping. Can pass those pendants and that Sobi Mask over too. Double Temple. Okay. Maybe quick Necromancer, something like that? I don't know. He's doing something a little bit different because he realizes he's super far behind, which makes sense. But the Archmage alone can do so much here. And the Mountain King the whole while is just creeping. And I'd wonder what the play is for Ito. He's not teching tier 3 yet. He's spent a lot of resources on just buildings. It looks like it's going to be Necro Wagon, right? What really are Banshees this early doing for you? I mean, Curse is great, but you're probably going to tech tier 3 if you're going for anti-magic. Let's see. No, it is Necros. Okay. We'll see how strong of a timing he has with Necros because his Griffins... And he immediately goes for Mortar Teams. Really smart from Chamiko. Reveals the Double Temple. Instant Frag Shards Mortar Teams. Cryptlord, if he can get level 5 on the CL, that's pretty good against a ground army. So does he use a wand? Okay, he does get the experience there. MK's almost level 3, was solo creeping the entire time. Oh, runs the Archmage in just in time to steal away level 3. There's the first couple Griffins. Meat Wagon's coming out. I do like the quick Necro Wagon. It's something I haven't actually played myself ever, but it's kind of cool that you can do it on tier 2 like this. Oh, greater heal on the... There's a greater heal on the footman that died. It's on the ground. Second greater heal on the ground today. Surely Ito sees it, right? Surely. Not yet? Okay, there we go. Would I dare to say it's not impossible for Ito? He's now going tier 3. Getting adapt. There's 4 Griffins. 4 Griffins, 4 Mortar Teams. I would like to see a heal scroll, but the army's really not looking that bad for Ito. See how many skeletons. He's not going. Yeah, Blizzard Retrain would be really good for Archmage. Doesn't coil that one Fiend. Mortar Teams well positioned in the back right now. Gonna have any skeletons? We need the Necros to do something. Doesn't seem like they will. Level 3 MK. And everything has pretty much died. He just never summoned skeletons. Oh, because he didn't have corpses because of the mortar teams, right? That's crazy. He hasn't had a single corpse yet. Look at the ground. There's nothing to summon skeletons with. I mean, he had the meat wagon, but he didn't have exhumed corpses yet. So he just literally couldn't use the necromancers. And that's nothing left. Nothing at all left. And that's 2-0. Well played to Chamiko. Nice run to Ito. Very, very good day from him. Definitely had better series than just this last one today, but Chamiko played super duper strong. Not a single skeleton was summoned there. All right, GG's. Actually timed out pretty well. Was that just over 4 hours now? That's like the normal time for the old cups. I think this timed out perfectly. We could almost squeeze in a best of 5 grand finals, but obviously it was double 2-0 for the semifinal grand final. We could alternatively also have the quarterfinals be best of 3. It could be best of 3, best of 3, best of 3. Either or, because like the top 8, like getting eliminated in a best of 1 does feel a little whack, but I wonder. I think either best of 1, best of 3, best of 5 for round of 8 semifinal grand final, or all 3 best of 3, possibly. We can definitely add in an extra map though, or an extra 2. Let me say GD. Oh, let me update the score, and then we're going to do the map vote. We're going to do a little bit different because there's a new season and there's a new map in the pool, so we're going to force everybody to play it next week. That's what you guys get. So let's do straw poll. Which 2 maps would you like to remove? Obviously, in the Discord or emails or DMs or whatever, you can suggest changes to the format. We're still testing things out. This is definitely a lot better than last week already, and maybe there's a couple things to improve upon even past there, which is cool. LRTHTSWH, okay. Last Refuge, Warhail, Tide Hunters, Terra to Stand. And then give you guys 5 minutes here. So, since Scrimmage just got added in for the new season of War 3 Champions, we're going to replace Secret Valley, which is not in the map pool anymore, with Scrimmage automatically. And then we're just going to remove 2 maps and add 2 in between Last Refuge, Warhail, Titaners, and Terran to Stand today. So the straw poll will just be for 2 map votes today. And then everybody gets to play Scrimmage next week. We'll see how many people actually play it, but that'll be what we're doing for the vote. Straw poll is linked in the chat. Whoops, I pinned the wrong message. Unpin. There we go. All right, go ahead and vote. Go ahead and vote. There it is. All my Halloween stuff is getting in the way, but you guys can see. You guys can see it. So top 2 will be removed, and then we'll add in scrimmage, and I'll randomize 2 more to be added in with the 2 remaining maps. Actually, it's kind of fitting that we had a Halloween theme today and we had tons of undeads, you know? Kind of makes sense. All in tier 2 doesn't work, Carson. You betrayed me. It was all full tier 3 mode. You went for Necro Wagons. 3 crypt. 3 crypt. 15 ghouls, 6 gargs. But, yeah, it was a tough game. GG's today, though, you know. Well played. Necro Wagon tier 2 is kind of crazy. Yeah, you didn't buy a boat. That's why you lost, Ito. You didn't buy a boat. I would say the tier 2 all-in is also pretty desperate. It's not as though, like, what you did against Death Note on, like, Secret Valley is the best option, in my opinion. But the tier 2 all-in, if all else fails, works. I was so behind. Yeah, I think Necros was a decent idea. If he didn't already have Frag Sharp Mortar teams, it would have been a cool push, maybe. All right, 3 minutes left to vote. Where Hell's Hype has been a pretty fun map so far. All right, couple more minutes. Two more minutes. I'll be right back while you guys vote. 1 sec. BRB. All right, couple more seconds to vote. You guys didn't really vote a lot today. I guess I didn't hold anything over your heads. Should have not let you. I should have not paid out the prediction like I always do. My mistake. My mistake. All right, that's it. Tidehunters and Last Refuge are out. Let's links. There we go. What are we calling scrimmage, by the way? What is the acronym for scrimmage? SM? What are we saying? What are we calling it? What are we calling it? SMG? Really? It's a 3-letter acronym? Is there any other map that is? I guess NIS, people say. But it's NI. Either way. Sorry, one sec. SC? I guess it could be SC. I don't know. I guess it's up to you guys. It's really up to you guys. Or is it up to me? I don't know. Okay, what is the map pool these days? Let's see. There's we still have Boulder Vale. We have Scrimmage now. We have Terranistan. Okay. We do have Shallow Grave as well. Add entry. Scrimmage. But we won't need that today. What else? What are we missing? Concealed Hill. Autumn Leaves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Should be 6 maps. I think it is. Is that all the maps? Yeah, I think so. Okay. So now I'm going to spin this wheel 2 times, and then we're going to know what maps we have next week. Oops. Oh, I screwed up. One sec. What did I just do? What the hell did I do? What did I do? One sec. Well, I definitely messed this one up now. There we go. What the hell? Whatever, I'm going to spin the wheel, then you guys are just going to have to trust me, because my display capture got all screwed up. Whatever. We're spinning it. You can hear it. Concealed Hill is the first one. And then... second map. Must be 6. Yeah, it is 6, yeah. And Autumn Leaves. Okay, Concealed Hill, Autumn Leaves added in. I don't know why my OBS decided to break right now, but it did. And then, okay, I'm saying SC. That's what we're calling it. SC. Potentially, for now. And... Tidehunters is out. Autumn Leaves is in. Last Refuge is out. And Concealed Hill is in. So the next week's map pool... Why not SM? Hey, man, you guys can decide. Autumn Leaves, Concealed Hill, Scrimmage, Warhail, and Terranistan. That will be our map pool. I'm sending that to Neil. And that's it. If you want to see the schedule for the rest of the week, you can go to backwarcraft.com. That'll bring you here, where there is nothing. Oh, no, there is. Wait, L Cup? Oh, that's done. Well, there's nothing right now, but the schedule will get updated. Neo streams every single day. Remo streams a lot of the days of the week these days. So there'll be something. If there's nothing, Neo will turn the stream on and cast replays. There's always something. I'm sure there's a tournament going on. Let's check Warcraft3.info. That's another place you can see the tournaments, where it seems like there's Dolphin Super League qualifiers. B Cup starts again on Tuesday, so that'll be what's going on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. B Cup. Lots of stuff, and probably Dolphin Cocoon and a Butterfly Cup. I don't know if Saul will be casting that or we'll be casting that, but definitely B Cup. Every single day will be on this stream. There we go. And if you want to see how to support the stream, backtowarcraft.com/support will bring you to this page. We have a Patreon, patreon.com/backtowarcraft, a Twitch sub. YouTube, that's like, YouTube membership is like a Twitch sub, but on YouTube. Direct donations, crypto donations, merchandise. Look at this. Woo! Hats, hoodies, coffee mugs, t-shirts, all that good stuff. This is in Canadian dollars, so everything is like 5 times the price, but you get the idea. It'll swap to your currency if you go over to the website. Who wouldn't want this mug? Are you kidding me? I know I do. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, Neo. You know my address. You know it. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. I don't know if I'll be here next week. I think I might just barely make it. What's the even newer format? Double elimination with the top 8 qualifying. Trussell, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Just good job, Mr. Carson. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you guys. I might stream more in the next 2 days on my channel, but if not, I'll be away for about 4 or 5 days. So I won't be around for a little bit. I'm not 100% sure if I'll be here next Sunday. I hope I will be. Thanks for the 100 bits, Trussell. Appreciate that. I'm not 100% sure, but I hope to be. If not, Neil will be here, and then I'll be here for the finals the week after that. What I do promise is after I go away this week, I'll be here at least till the end of Christmas. Okay? That's a money-back guarantee. Wait, is that? Pretty close till the end of Christmas. I shouldn't make promises. Have a good end of your weekend, guys. I'll see you relatively soon. Bye!